And now, a House Oversight and Government Reform Committee hearing on CIA leaks. It began with testimony from former CIA agent Valerie Plame Wilson. This is about 4 hours.
Meeting of the committee will come to order. Today, the committee is holding a hearing to examine how the White House handles highly classified information. In June and July 2003, one of the nation's most carefully guarded secrets, the identity of a covert CIA agent, Valerie Plame Wilson, was repeatedly revealed by White House officials to members of the media. This was an extraordinarily serious breach of our national security. President George W. Bush's father, the former President Bush, said, and I quote, "I have nothing but contempt and anger for those who expose the names of our sources. They are, in my view, the most insidious of traitors," end quote. Today we'll be asking 3 questions. 1, how did such a serious violation of our national security occur? 2, did the White House take the appropriate investigative and disciplinary steps after the breach occurred? And 3, what changes in White House procedures are necessary to prevent future violations of our national security from occurring? For more than 3 years, a special prosecutor, Patrick Fitzgerald, has been investigating the leak for its criminal implications. By definition, Mr. Fitzgerald's investigation had an extremely narrow criminal focus. It did not answer the broader policy questions raised by the release of Ms. Wilson's identity, nor did it seek to ascribe responsibility outside of the narrow confines of the criminal law. As the Chief Investigative Committee of the House of Representatives, our role is fundamentally different than Mr. Fitzgerald's. It's not our job to determine criminal culpability, but it is our job to understand what went wrong and to insist on accountability and to make recommendations for to avoid future abuses. And we begin that process today. This hearing is being conducted in open session. This is appropriate, but it is also challenging. Ms. Wilson was a covert employee of the CIA. We cannot discuss all of the details of her CIA employment in open session. I have met personally with General Hayden, the head of the CIA, to discuss what I can and cannot say about Ms. Wilson's service. And I want to thank him for his cooperation and help in guiding us along these lines. My staff has also worked with the agency to ensure these remarks do not contain classified information. I have been advised by the CIA and that even now, after all that has happened, I cannot disclose the full nature, scope, and character of Ms. Wilson's service to our nation without causing serious damage to our national security interests. But General Hayden and the CIA have cleared these following comments for today's hearing. During her employment at the CIA, Ms. Wilson was undercover. Her employment status with the CIA was classified information, prohibited from disclosure under Executive Order 12958. At the time of the publication of Robert Novak's column on July 14, 2003, Ms. Wilson's CIA employment status was covert. This was classified information. Ms. Wilson served in senior management positions at the CIA, in which she oversaw the work for other CIA employees, and she attained the level of GS-14, Step 6, under the federal pay scale. Ms. Wilson worked on some of the most sensitive and highly secretive matters handled by the CIA. Ms. Wilson served at various times overseas for the CIA. Without discussing the specifics of Ms. Wilson's classified work, it is accurate to say that she worked on the prevention of the development and use of weapons of mass destruction against the United States. In her various positions at the CIA, Ms. Wilson faced significant risks to her personal safety and her life. She took on serious risks on behalf of our country. Ms. Wilson's work in many situations had consequence for the security of her colleagues, and maintaining her cover was critical to protecting the safety of both colleagues and others. The disclosure of Ms. Wilson's employment with the CIA had several serious effects. First, it terminated her covert job opportunities with the CIA. Second, it placed her professional contacts at greater risk. And third, it undermined the trust and confidence with which future CIA employees and sources hold the United States. This disclosure of Ms. Wilson's classified employment status with the CIA was so detrimental that the CIA filed a crimes report with the Department of Justice. As I mentioned, Ms. Wilson's work was so sensitive that even now she is still prohibited from discussing many details of her work in public because of the continuing risks to CIA officials and assets in the field and to the CIA's ongoing work. Some have suggested that Ms. Wilson did not have a sensitive position with the CIA or a position of unusual risk. As a CIA employee, Ms. Wilson has taken a lifelong oath to protect classified information even after her CIA employment has ended. As a result, she cannot respond to most of the statements made about her. I want to make clear, however, that any characterization that minimizes the personal risk of Ms. Wilson that she accepted in her assignments is flatly wrong. There should be no confusion on this point. Ms. Wilson has provided great service to our nation and has fulfilled her obligation to protect classified information admirably, and we're confident she will uphold it again today. Well, that concludes the characterizations that the CIA is permitting us to make today. But to these comments, I want to add a personal note. For many in politics, praising the troops and those who defend our freedom is second nature. Sometimes it's done in sincerity and sometimes it's done with cynicism. But almost always, we don't really know who the people are. We don't know we don't know who those people are that are out there. They are abstract heroes, whether they're serving in the armed services or whether they're serving in the CIA. 2 weeks ago, this committee met some real heroes face to face when we went to visit Walter Reed. Every member was appalled at what we learned. Our treatment of the troops didn't match our rhetoric. Thankfully, Mrs. Wilson hasn't suffered physical harm and faces much more favorable circumstances now than some of the soldiers that we met last week. But she, too, has been one of those people fighting to protect our freedom. And she, like thousands of others, was serving our country bravely and anonymously. She didn't ask that her identity be revealed, but it was, repeatedly. And that was an inexcusable breach of the responsibilities our country owes to her. Once again, our actions did not match our rhetoric. I want to thank Mrs. Wilson for the tremendous service she gave to our country and recognize the remarkable personal sacrifices she and countless others made for our national security. You and your colleagues perform truly heroic work, and what happened to you not only should never have happened, but we should all work to make sure it never happens again. Thank you very much. I want to yield to Mr. Davis, the ranking member of our committee, and in doing so, I want to thank him for his cooperation in this hearing. This has been a complicated hearing. It's much more complicated than most of our hearings We had to decide what we could and what we couldn't say, what we could and couldn't ask, whether we're going to be an open session or closed session, et cetera. And I want to thank Mr. Davis for the tremendous cooperation he's given us and to recognize him at this point.
Thank you, Chairman Waxman. I want to first start by congratulating you on the passage of important reform legislation this week. We adopted bipartisan bills crafted in this committee to strengthen the Freedom of Information Act, disclose donors to presidential libraries, expand access to presidential records, and to fortify whistleblower protections. Given those accomplishments, it's ironic that we end Sunshine Week, the annual observance of open government, with a more partisan hearing on how to best keep secrets. Let me state at the outset that the outing of Mrs. Wilson's identity was wrong, and we have every right to look at this and investigate it. But I have to confess I'm not sure what we're trying to accomplish today, given all the limitations that the Chairman has just described have been put on us by the CIA. Ostensibly called to examine White House procedures for handling and protecting classified information, the hearing's lead witness never worked at the White House. If she knows about security practices there, she can't say much about them in a public forum. We do know that she worked at the CIA. That now well-known fact raises some very different questions about how critical but difficult it is to protect the identity of individuals with covert status. But again, those are questions we probably can't say much about in a public forum without violating the very security safeguards the majority claims to be worried about at the White House. Under these circumstances, perhaps a hypothetical case is the best way to describe the futility of trying to enforce the Intelligence Identity Protection Act in this decidedly non-judicial venue. Let's say, for example, a member of a committee staff is told to identify a CIA witness for a hearing on security practices. He or she calls the agency and asks to speak with Official A. Official A is not in, so the call is routed to Official B, who identifies him or herself by name and title and answers the staffer's question. Thinking Official B would be a fine witness, the staff member then calls the Congressional Research Service or a friend at another committee to find out more about Official B. But Official B happens to be a covert agent. In passing the name, title, and CIA affiliation around, has the staff member violated the law against disclosure? Probably not, but you'd have to be looking through a pretty thick political prism to see an unintentional unauthorized disclosure in that, an intentional unauthorized disclosure in that context. And that happened. In the case of Mrs. Wilson, the majority stresses the fact that disclosure of her status triggered a crimes report by the CIA and the Justice Department. Allegations against White House officials and reporters were thoroughly vetted. But after spending 6 months and millions of dollars, the special counsel charged no one with the violations of the Intelligence Identities Protection Act. The lack of prosecution under the Act shows those disclosures probably occurred in a similarly non-intentional context, lacking the requisite knowledge of covert status or the intention to disclose that status without authorization. No process can be adopted to protect classified information that no one knows is classified, just as no one can be prosecuted for unauthorized disclosure of information that no one ever said was protected. So this looks to me more like a CIA problem than a White House problem. If the agency doesn't take sufficient precautions to protect the identity of those who engaged in covert work, no one else can do it for them. The same law meant to protect secret identities also requires an annual report to Congress on the steps taken to protect the highly sensitive information. But we're told few, if any, such reports exist from the CIA. Who knows what information needs to be protected and how they are told? Is there a list officials can check against? Do CIA briefers know when material given to executive branch officials references a covert agent, or are they cautioned not to repeat the name? How is it made known and to whom when the 5-year protection period for a formerly covert agent has elapsed? Those are the questions that need to be asked about the safeguards on classified information. But we won't hear from the CIA today because this is an open forum. Given all that, I suspect we're going to probably waste some time talking about things we can't talk about, and that's unfortunate. Unfortunate, an individual possibly still in a covert status was publicly identified. Unfortunate, executive branch officials got anywhere near this media maelstrom rather than focus on more serious problems. That's a disappointment to me. And unfortunate that this has become so politicized. On this side, we're not here to defend or attack anyone. In an open session, we hope to shed some sunshine on the workings of government. I have to say again, I'm not sure that's going to happen today, but I thank our witnesses for trying. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. Our first witness is Ms. Valerie Plame Wilson. She's a former covert CIA employee whose service to this country included work involving the prevention of the development and use of weapons of mass destruction against our nation. Her employment status was publicly disclosed in July 2003, effectively terminating her covert job opportunities within the CIA. Ms. Wilson, it's the practice of this committee that all witnesses are administered an oath, and I'd like you to ask you to stand and raise your right hand. You promise to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. The record will reflect the fact that the witness answered in the affirmative. Before we begin the questioning period, I want to underscore to members of the committee that while it is important that Ms. Wilson have the opportunity to provide testimony that will help us understand the significance of the disclosure of her CIA employment status, we should not be seeking classified information from Ms. Wilson in this open forum, and we need to respect that she may in some cases have to decline to respond on the grounds that doing so would risk disclosure of sensitive information. Ms. Wilson, we're pleased to have you here. Thank you very much for coming to our committee today, and I want to recognize you for an opening statement. There's a button on the base of the mic. Be sure to press it in and pull it closely enough to you so you can be heard.
There we go.
Pull it a little closer.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Valerie Plame Wilson, and I'm honored to be invited to testify under oath before the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform on the critical issue of safeguarding classified information. I'm grateful for this opportunity to set the record straight. I've served the United States loyally and to the best of my ability as a covert operations officer for the Central Intelligence Agency. I worked on behalf of the national security of our country, on behalf of the people of the United States, until my name and true affiliation were exposed in the national media on July 14, 2003, after a leak by administration officials. Today, I can tell this committee even more. In the run-up to the war with Iraq, I worked in the Counterproliferation Division of the CIA, still as a covert officer whose affiliation with the CIA was classified. I raced to discover solid intelligence for senior policymakers on Iraq's presumed weapons of mass destruction programs. While I helped to manage and run secret worldwide operations against this WMD target from CIA headquarters in Washington, I also traveled to foreign countries on secret missions to find vital intelligence. I loved my career because I loved my country. I was proud of the serious responsibilities entrusted to me as a CIA covert operations officer, and I was dedicated to this work. It was not common knowledge on the Georgetown cocktail circuit that everyone knew where I worked. But all of my efforts on behalf of the national security of the United States, all of my training, all of the value of my years of service were abruptly ended when my name and identity were exposed irresponsibly. In the course of the trial of Vice President Cheney's former Chief of Staff, Scooter Libby, I was shocked by the evidence that emerged. My name and identity were carelessly and recklessly abused by senior government officials in both the White House and the State Department. All of them understood that I worked for the CIA, and having signed oaths to protect national security secrets, they should have been diligent in protecting me and every CIA officer. The CIA goes to great lengths to protect all of its employees, providing at significant taxpayers' expense painstakingly devised and creative covers for its most sensitive staffers. The harm that is done when a CIA cover is blown is grave, but I can't provide details beyond that in this public hearing. But the concept is obvious. Not only have breaches of national security endangered CIA officers, it has jeopardized and even destroyed entire networks of foreign agents who in turn risk their own lives and those of their families to provide the United States with needed intelligence. Lives are literally at stake. Every single one of my former CIA colleagues, from my fellow covert officers to analysts to technical operations officers to even the secretaries, understand the vulnerabilities of our officers and recognize that the travesty of what happened to me could happen to them. We in the CIA always know that we might be exposed and threatened by foreign enemies. It was a terrible irony that administration officials were the ones who destroyed my cover. Furthermore, testimony in the criminal trial of Vice President Cheney's former chief of staff, who has now been convicted of serious crimes, indicates that my exposure arose from purely political motives. Within the CIA, it is essential that all intelligence be evaluated on the basis of its merits and actual credibility. National security depends upon it. The tradecraft of intelligence is not a product of speculation. I feel passionately as an intelligence professional about the creeping, insidious politicizing of our intelligence process. All intelligence professionals are dedicated to the ideal that they would rather be fired on the spot than distort the facts to fit a political view, any political view or any ideology. As our intelligence agencies go through reorganizations and experience the painful aspects of change, and our country faces profound challenges, injecting partisanship or ideology into the equation makes effective and accurate intelligence that much more difficult to develop. Politics and ideology must be stripped completely from our intelligence services, or the consequences will be even more severe than they have been, and our country placed in even greater danger. It is imperative for any president to be able to make decisions based on intelligence that is unbiased. The Libby trial and the events leading to the Iraq War highlight the urgent need to restore the highest professional standards of intelligence collection and analysis and the protection of our officers in operations. The Congress has a constitutional duty to defend our national security, and that includes safeguarding our intelligence. That is why I'm grateful for this opportunity to appear before this committee today and to assist in its important work. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. We'll now proceed with 10 minutes on each side, managed by the chair and the ranking member of the committee. For our first round, I want to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Yarmouth, to begin the questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today, Mrs. Wilson. Our country owes you a great debt of gratitude for your service, and I think you're continuing that service today by appearing. I'd like to start by asking you about July 14th, 2003, the day that Robert Novak wrote the column in the Chicago Sun-Times identifying you as an agency operative on weapons of mass destruction, quote. But before I get to that, I want to ask you about the day before, July 13th. My understanding is that on that date, you were covert. Is that correct? On July 13th?
I was a covert officer, correct.
Without disclosing classified information, what does covert mean?
I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding is that the CIA is taking affirmative steps to ensure that there is no links between the operations officer and the Central Intelligence Agency. I mean, that's simple.
And you, as you said, and my understanding is that your work was classified for purposes of many of the regulations and the laws we're talking about. Your work was classified on that day, July 13th.
That's correct.
Did the July 14th column destroy your covert position and your classified status?
Yes, it did. I could no longer perform the work for which I had been highly trained. I could no longer travel overseas or do the work for which my career, which I loved. It was done.
And this may be a simplistic question, but the information that was disclosed in Robert Novak's column, is it correct to say that that is information that you would not have disclosed yourself?
That is correct.
How did you react when you learned that your identity had been disclosed?
I found out very early in the morning when my husband came in and dropped the newspaper on the bed and said he did it. And I quickly turned and read the article, and I felt like I had been hit in the gut. It was over in an instant, and I immediately thought of my family's safety, the agents and networks that I had worked with, and everything goes through your mind in an instant.
What effect did the leak have on you professionally?
Professionally? Well, I could no longer do the work which I had been trained to do. After that, there is no way that you can serve overseas in a covert capacity. And so that career path was terminated.
Did the leak make you feel that your entire career had been thrown out the window, essentially? Had been wasted at all?
Not wasted, but certainly terminated prematurely.
You've talked a little bit about your concern about the effect of the leak on your professional contacts. Did you have any contact with those people who expressed their concern about the effect on their professional career?
No, I did not, but I do know the agency did a damage assessment. They did not share it with me, but I know that it certainly puts the people and the contacts I had all in jeopardy, even if they were completely innocent in nature.
And what effect do you think it had at the broadest level? I'm talking about, for future CIA employees and future sources.
I think it had a very negative effect. If our government cannot even protect my identity, future foreign agents who might consider working with the Central Intelligence Agency and providing needed intelligence would think twice. Well, they can't even protect one of their own. How are they going to protect me? As well as the agency is working very hard to attract highly talented young people into its ranks because we do have profound challenges facing our country today. And I can't think that that helped those efforts.
I can't see the clock, Mr. Chairman. I don't know whether my time has expired or not, but
We have 9 seconds.
9 seconds. Well, I'll yield back the balance of my seconds to the Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Yarmouth. The Chair would like to now yield time to Mr. Hodes, the gentleman from New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Wilson, thank you for coming today. What happened to you is deadly serious. You were the victim of a national security breach. If this was a law enforcement context, something I'm familiar with, it would be equivalent to disclosing the identity of an undercover police officer who's put his life on the line and the lives of all those who help that officer. Our job on this committee is to find out how the breach happened. Now, I'd like to show you a chart that we've prepared on the committee. You'll see it up on the screens, and we're putting it up here on paper. That chart is a graphic depiction of all the ways that your classified CIA employment was disclosed to White House officials and then to the press. Every colored block on that chart is an individual, and every arrow shows a disclosure of classified information. That classified information was your CIA employment status. And the arrows are based on the testimony in Mr. Libby's criminal case and press reports. This chart shows over 20 different disclosures about your employment. Let me ask you, looking at this chart, are you surprised that so many people had access to the classified information about your CIA employment?
Yes, I am, Congressman, and I'm also surprised at how carelessly they used it.
What was your expectation
about how the government would handle the classified information about your work and status?
My expectation, Congressman, was that as of all CIA operations officers, every officer serving undercover, that senior government officials would protect our identity. We all take oaths to protect classified information and national security.
Prior to the time that you learned that your status had been disclosed, you never authorized anyone to disclose your status, did you?
Absolutely not.
And no one ever approached you and asked for permission to disclose any classified information about you?
No.
Vice President Cheney never approached you and asked if he had your permission to disclose your status, did he?
No.
Karl Rove never approached you and asked whether he had your permission to disclose your status, did he?
No.
Now, this isn't even a complete picture because, as you can see on this chart, we don't know, for example, who told Karl Rove your status. There's a black box up there, and it says unknown. And there are two arrows from that, one pointing to Vice President Cheney and one pointing to Karl Rove. So that's an unanswered question right now. Now, I can imagine that you followed the proceedings and the press pretty closely over the past few years, have you not?
Yes.
Do you have any theories about who told Karl Rove about your status?
No, I do not. There was much evidence introduced in the Libby trial that provides quite a bit, but I have no. It would just be guesses.
Well, that's what this committee's investigation is all about, following all the links in the chain from their sources to their destination. Now, it's been reported that Mr. Rove had a discussion with Chris Matthews about you, and the report was that Mr. Rove told Mr. Matthews, Valerie Plame is fair game. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to ask you to forget for a moment that he was talking about you. Imagine that he was talking about another undercover agent working on sensitive issues, and that undercover agent's life was on the line. Do you have a reaction to that?
Absolutely. This happened to me, but I like to think I would feel just as passionately if it had happened to any of my former colleagues at the CIA.
One final question. Is there any circumstance that you can think of that would justify leaking the name of an undercover agent?
No, Congressman.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Hodes. Before we yield our time, we have a long list of people that seem to have either intentionally or inadvertently passed on your status and your name as a CIA agent, and that included President, Vice President Scooter Libby, Karl Rove, Ari Fleischer, just to name a few. Did any of those people, the President, the Vice President, Karl Rove, Scooter Libby, Ari Fleischer, did any of them ever call you and apologize to you?
No, Chairman.
None of them ever called you to express regrets?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Davis?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Plame. It's clear that administration officials knew you worked for the CIA, but did they know that your status was that of a covert agent?
I have no way of knowing, but I can say I worked for the Counterproliferation Division of the Directorate of Operations, and while not all, many of the employees of that division are, in fact, in covert status.
But you don't have, I mean, I think one of the issues here was not that you worked for the CIA, because that was obviously widely known in the administration, but for the crime to have been committed, I understand they had to have known that you were covert, and you don't have any direct linkage that they knew that you were covert at that point.
Again, Congressman, I'm not a lawyer, but as I said in
You don't have any direct knowledge that
no, but
Okay,
as I said
that's
in
fine.
my opening comments, the fact that they knew that I worked for the CIA, that alone should have increased their level of diligence.
I think, look, we all agree that everybody needs to protect national security and protect the identities of undercover and covert agents. But should the CIA have done more to adequately protect people as well and say these are covert agents, shouldn't be outed? Did the CIA have a responsibility here as well?
I think that Congress might think about reviewing the Intelligence Identities Protection Act and seeing what went wrong and where it needs to be perhaps rewritten.
I mean, look, they're supposed to, the CIA is supposed to report to Congress each year on the steps taken to protect this highly sensitive information, and I'm told few, if any, reports are even filed. So I think there's a responsibility from the CIA, and I think what's missing, and I think from at least from a criminal perspective, not from a policy, but from a criminal perspective, that the special prosecutor in this case looked at that and found that the people who may have been saying this didn't know that you were covert, and you don't have any evidence to the contrary.
That, I think, is a question better put to the special prosecutor, Congressman.
Shouldn't the CIA have made sure that anyone who knew your name and your work be told of your status? Would that have been helpful in this case? That would have made it very clear if anybody leaked it at that point, they were violating the law at least.
The CIA does go to great lengths to create and protect all kinds of covers for its officers. There's a lot of money and a lot of time and a lot of energy that goes into that. And the onus also, the burden falls on the officer himself or herself to live that cover, but it's not a perfect world.
The Intelligence Identities Protection Act makes it a crime to knowingly disclose the identity of a covert agent, which has a specific definition under the Act. Did anyone ever tell you that you were so designated?
I'm not a lawyer.
That's why I asked if they told you. I'm not asking for your interpretation.
No, but I was covert. I did travel overseas on secret missions within the last 5 years.
I'm not arguing with that. What I'm asking is, for purposes of the Act, and maybe this just never occurred to you or anybody else at the time, but did anybody say that you were so designated under the Act, or was this just after it came to fact?
No, no one told me that, and
how about after the disclosure?
Pardon
How
me?
about after the disclosure? Did anyone then say, gee, you were designated under the Act, this should not have happened? Did anybody in the CIA tell you at that point?
No.
Okay. Since the disclosure of your identity, have you been offered other positions within the CIA?
Yes, I went on to other jobs with commensurate responsibility.
No demotion or anything?
Pardon me?
No, you didn't experience any demotion?
No.
Did anyone at the CIA tell you your career path was damaged by the disclosure?
Yes.
Now, you were a senior manager, GS-14, eligible for GS-15 at the time. Did anyone ever tell you that you could not advance in a normal career path after this exposure?
It was very clear that I could not advance as a covert operations officer.
And would that then, your upward career path in terms of getting a GS-15 and then was impaired in your opinion?
No, but that was the career for which I had been trained, which I wanted to do. My husband and I, after our children were born, discussed going overseas again when they were a little bit older, and all of that came to an abrupt end, obviously.
Do you know if any of the CIA colleagues, like Robert Grenier, who testified at the Libby trial, that he told administration officials that you were involved in sending your husband to Niger? Do you know if he ever told any of these officials you were undercover?
I have no idea other than what he testified.
Okay. When you introduced yourself and your husband to the group of IC analysts at a February 19, 2002 meeting at CIA headquarters, did you tell anybody present then you were undercover?
No, I did not. Okay. I was in CIA headquarters. I introduced him and left the meeting, Congressman.
Okay. Would they have known that you were undercover? Would they have had any reason to know you were undercover, or?
I believe that they would have assumed as such.
I'm going to ask her at this point. We're limited in what we can ask, so we're trying to stay within the confines that the CIA has. Let me get the questions on the Christoph thing. there. Let me just try to put some of the press speculation to rest and give you an opportunity to answer it. In January 2004, Vanity Fair published an article, not always known for great accuracy, touching on your role in the Niger uranium affair. It said, this was what they said, in early May, Wilson and Plame attended a conference sponsored by the Senate Democratic Policy Committee, at which Wilson spoke about Iraq. One of the other panelists was the New York Times journalist Nicholas Kristof. Over breakfast the next morning with Kristof and his wife, Wilson told about his trip to Niger and said Kristof could write about it but not name him. Is that account accurate?
I think it is. I was not speaking to Mr. Kristof, and I think my husband did say that he had undertaken this trip, but not to be named as the source.
Okay. Just to be clear, when the article says that your husband met for breakfast with Kristof and his wife, just to be clear, were you at the breakfast?
Briefly, yes,
Okay.
Congressman.
Okay. On June 13th, Kristof wrote a column about the Niger uranium matter. He wrote that he was piecing the story together from 2 people directly involved and 3 others who were briefed on it. Do you know if you were one of those people he was referring to?
I can't imagine that I would be. I did not speak to him about it.
Okay. What about your husband? Would he have been one of the sources, probably?
I think he was speaking to Mr. Kristof at that point.
Okay. Was any of that information classified to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of.
I think we can stop for now. I'll yield back at this point.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cummings for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Ms. Wilson, first of all, thank you for your service. Ms. Wilson, even today, your work for the CIA is so highly classified that we are not permitted to discuss the details. But we can clarify one crucial point, whether you worked undercover for the CIA. You said that your position was covert, but I've heard others say that you were not covert. In fact, one of the witnesses who will testify a little bit later, Victoria Tensing, is making that same argument. In an op-ed that appeared in the Washington Post on February 18th, she says it quite bluntly. She says, quote, Plame was not covert. She worked at CIA headquarters and had not been stationed abroad within 5 years, end of quote. I know there are restrictions on what you can say today, but is Ms. Tensing's statement correct?
Congressman, thank you for the opportunity. I know I'm here under oath, and I'm here to say that I was a covert officer of the Central Intelligence Agency. Just like a general is a general, whether he is in the field in Iraq or Afghanistan, when he comes back to the Pentagon, he's still a general. In the same way, covert operations officers who are serving in the field, when they rotate back for a temporary assignment in Washington, they too are still covert.
Is it possible that Ms. Tensing had more information than you do about your work or had access to secret documents that you don't?
I would find that highly unlikely, Congressman, because much of that information about my career is still classified.
On Wednesday night, I know that Mr. Waxman, our chair, and Congressman Reyes, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, spoke personally with General Hayden, the head of the CIA. And Chairman Waxman told me that General Hayden said clearly and directly, quote, Ms. Wilson was covert, end of quote. There was no doubt about it. And by the way, the CIA has authorized us to be able to say that. In addition, I understand that Chairman Waxman sent his opening statement over to the CIA to be cleared and to make sure that it was accurate. In it, he said, quote, Ms. Wilson was a covert employee of the CIA, end of quote. Quote, Ms. Wilson was undercover, end of quote. The CIA cleared these statements. I emphasize all of this because I know that there are people who are still trying to suggest that what seems absolutely clear isn't really true and that you weren't covert. And I think one of the things we need to do in this hearing is make sure there isn't any ambiguity on this point. Just 3 more questions. Do you hold this covert status at the time of the leak? Did you? The covert status at the time of the leak?
Yes, I did, Congressman, yes.
Number 2, the Identities Protection Act refers to travel outside the United States within the last 5 years. Let me ask you this question. Again, we don't want classified information, dates, locations, or any other details. During the past 5 years, Ms. Plame, from today, did you conduct secret missions overseas?
Yes, I did, Congressman.
Finally, so as to be clear for the record, you were a covert CIA employee, and within the past 5 years from today, you went on secret missions outside the United States. Is that correct?
That is correct, Congressman.
I want to thank you, and I hope this committee now has cleared up the issue of covert, whether Ms. Plame was a covert agent, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cummings. Mr. Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad Mr. Cummings asked those questions because I was going to ask them too. Ms. Wilson, I want to thank you for your service to our country, and if I seem a little nervous, I've never questioned a spy before, and so
I've never testified.
I was going to ask you. I'm sorry?
I've never testified under oath before.
And I was here during the steroid hearings too, and I don't think any of those baseball stars got this kind of a media attention that you're getting today. But when the chairman had his opening statements, he used 3 different terms: covert, undercover, and classified. Were you one of those in particular, or all of them, or 3 different terms to categorize, I guess, your service to the country?
For those of us that were undercover in the CIA, we tended to use covert or undercover interchangeably. We typically would not say of ourselves we were in a classified position. You're kind of undercover or overt employee.
Now, did you just discuss this among yourself if you were classified or covert? Because I'm assuming that you couldn't discuss it with anybody outside the agency, so was it kind of like y'all sat around the break room and said, I'm covert or I'm classified, or if I was going to tell somebody what I would tell somebody?
Yes, within your colleagues, either in the field or at headquarters here in Washington, if you were working on a project, sometimes you did need to know, are you undercover or are you overt? Let me know, and then you know how to treat them accordingly in the sense of how careful to be and your association and so forth.
Right. So your fellow CIA employees would have known that you were covert or classified or whatever.
Absolutely.
Did you ever tell anyone that you worked for the CIA, or was that commonly known that you worked for the CIA, or did you tell them that you were something else? Or
No, Congressman, I could count on one hand the number of people who knew where my true employer was the day that my name was and true affiliation was exposed in July 2003.
Okay. And I'm assuming one of those was your husband.
That's, yes, he did know.
Did he know if you were a covert or classified, or?
He did understand, as a former ambassador and having held security clearances and worked with many agency employees, he understood that world to a certain point, and he certainly understood that I was undercover, and he protected that diligently.
Okay. And this is the one last, we're going to have another round of questions, Mr. Waxman, do you think, or? I mean,
But we do have some other panels. I guess if members wish them, we will accommodate.
Okay, well, I mean,
members. You have a minute and 48 seconds.
Okay. Ms. Plame, on October the 5th, 2003, while being interviewed on Meet the Press, your husband stated that my wife will not allow herself to be photographed. In response to the picture you took for Vanity Fair, your husband was quoted in the Washington Post, "The picture should not be able to identify her and are not supposed to. She is still employed by the CIA and has obligations to her employer." So I guess this was after the incident where everybody knew that you worked for the CIA, that this was done?
Yes, Congressman. At the time that picture came out, my covert status was long gone. And I will say this, having lived most of my life very much under the radar, My learning curve was steep, and it was more trouble than it was worth.
But when the photograph was actually taken in Vanity Fair, that was not public knowledge? I mean, all of this was not out then, or?
Oh, Congressman, the picture came out in late 2003. My covert status was blown.
Okay. If your status was either covert or classified, and if you did in fact meet with the Senate Democratic Policy Committee, Mr. Kristof, did you view it as part of your covert or classified work to meet with political groups and a columnist from the New York Times to discuss matters within your purview at the CIA? And I don't know if you saw the list of things that we could or could not ask you. Did this Democratic Policy Committee and the columnists from the New York Times have these same rules that they could or could not ask you, or did you volunteer other information?
Congressman, I attended that conference simply as a spouse of my husband who was invited to speak. He had been invited to speak because he had quite a bit of experience on Iraq, having served the first President Bush as the charge d'affaires at our embassy in Baghdad during the first Gulf War, and negotiated the release of the hostages with Saddam Hussein and so forth. And he was asked to attend in that capacity. I had no discussions other than purely social in nature.
Thank you, Mr. Westmoreland. Time has expired. Mr. Kucinich.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson, and thank you for your service to our country. Briefly, I want to pick up on my colleague, Mr. Hode's questions. When you look at this chart and you see the extraordinary efforts that were made to disclose your identity, and most of this information came out of the Libby trial. What were you thinking when you saw the effort? This wasn't just a leak, was it? I mean, in your estimation, was this just a simple leak of an ID?
Quite a bit of evidence came out in the course of the Libby trial, and I really was deeply dismayed because it just showed a recklessness and a political path that is very, very unfortunate.
In your judgment, when you look at the chart, does it show a fairly organized approach to disclose your identity?
Well, it certainly is wide-reaching.
Because, Mr. Chairman, this, do leaks occur of agents' identity? It does happen?
I'm sorry, Congressman?
Have there been in the past leaks of an agent's identity?
None that I am aware of by their very own government.
And you have never, in your experience as an agent, seen this kind of a coordinated effort by one's own government, in this case our government, to disclose the identity of an agent?
No, Congressman, I'm not aware of any.
To what extent does the agency go to protect the identities of its agents?
A significant effort, and again, taxpayers' money, particularly in this day and age of Google and the Internet. The efforts have to be even more vigilant and ever more creative because it is extremely easy to find out a lot of information about someone if you really want to. So the CIA constantly needs to be one step ahead and to protect their operations officers.
So when there's an extraordinary effort made to disclose the identity of an agent, it's destructive of the agency and it's destructive of the taxpayers' investment in the Central Intelligence Agency. Is that not correct?
Absolutely.
And one of the things that keeps running through my mind is why. why did this happen to you? Was it an unintentional mistake, or is it part of a larger pattern? In recent weeks, we've learned that U.S. attorneys in all parts of the country were fired despite exemplary service, and several of these attorneys testified to Congress that they were being pressured to pursue cases against Democratic officials. Others believe that they were fired because they were pursuing cases against Republican officials. Now, have you followed this issue?
Yes, I have, Congressman.
And when I think of what's happened to these attorneys, I can't help but think of your case, because these could be isolated instances, but they seem to be part of a larger pattern. Do you know what happened, for example, to the former Treasury Secretary, Mr. O'Neill, when he wrote his book, The Price of Loyalty?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And after Secretary O'Neill wrote that the Bush administration was planning to overthrow Saddam Hussein in a much earlier time frame than anyone knew, Secretary O'Neill was falsely accused of leaking classified information. Did you know that Secretary O'Neill was investigated by the Treasury Department for a groundless accusation?
I believe I've read that, yes, sir.
Now, in another instance, General Shinseki warned that the United States would need several 100,000 troops in Iraq. Ms. Wilson, do you remember what happened to General Shinseki?
Yes, I do, Congressman.
Well, he was dismissed.
He was asked to.
I'm also reminded of the case of Richard Foster, the government's chief Medicare actuary. He was actually told he'd be fired if he told Congress the truth about how much the administration's proposed drug benefit would cost. Were you aware of that, Ms. Wilson?
Yes, I was.
Now, again, these could all be isolated instances, but they seem to be part of a larger pattern. And I'm struck by what your husband, Joe Wilson, was quoted as saying in the book Hubris. Now, according to the book, here's a quote. Joe Wilson was upset and said he regarded the leak as a warning to others. Stories like this are not intended to intimidate me, since I've already told my story, but it's pretty clearly intended to intimidate others who might come forward. You need only look at the stories of intelligent analysts who say they've been pressured. They may have kids in college. They may be vulnerable to these types of smears. Is this what you think was going on here?
When you look at, I will speak only to the realm of intelligence, and you have the politicizing of that. Certainly, Vice President Cheney's unprecedented number of visits to CIA headquarters in the run-up to the war might be one example.
That's exactly the point. What happens when someone's working at the agency level that people are working at when the Vice President visits? The Vice President of the United States comes over and starts looking over their shoulder. Is that intimidating?
Yes, it is.
And
Thank
so,
you, Mr. Kucinich. Your time has expired.
thank you very much.
Ms. Watson?
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for this hearing. It shows our determination to bring out into the open the malfeasance in office. I am an ambassador. I've gone through the training. I have been blindfolded, put on a C-130, taken to a site, taken into a room with my colleagues, just like Galactica 3000, handed a red folder, highly classified, with a general standing over my shoulder. Read it and give it back to me. Any information that came out of that folder and was made public had to come from two sources, the general or myself. I was the only woman in the room. The men, if they're wise, asked them, said, I can tell you, but I have to kill you. So I'm very sensitive to how it works. And I am furious that your classified information was exposed, and Robert Novak of all people. Now, I'm going to ask you some questions. They might appear repetitive, but you're sworn, and I want this for the record. Special Prosecutor Patrick Fitzgerald found that at the time of Robert Novak's July 14, 2003 column, your employment status was classified, and that your affiliation with the CIA was not common knowledge outside the intelligence community. The CIA has confirmed to this committee that at the time of Mr. Novak's article, your employment status was covert and that information was classified. But some people are still trying to minimize your service by suggesting you really weren't at risk and that your position was not classified because you worked at a desk job at the CIA headquarters at Langley, Virginia. Let me give you an actual example. Representative Roy Blunt said on the television program Face the Nation, "You know, this was a job that the ambassador's wife had that she went to every day. It was a desk job. I think many people in Washington understood that her employment was at the CIA, and she went to that office every day." Mrs. Wilson, is it fair to say that based on your service for our government, you are well versed in the rules governing the handling of classified information?
Absolutely, Congresswoman. And I'd like to just add that when an operations officer, whether they are posted in the field or back at headquarters, we are given training to understand surveillance detection training so that we understand very carefully that we are not being followed and that we feel very comfortable that our status can be protected.
That is the reason why I started off in my own scenario. Is it your understanding that the executive order governing the safeguarding of classified information prohibits the disclosure of classified information to persons who are not authorized to receive this information?
Yes, correct.
Yes, is the answer.
Yes, yes, Congresswoman.
And is it your understanding that when an employee at the CIA is undercover, that individual's employment status at the CIA is considered classified information?
Yes, it is.
Are you aware of any desk job exception to the rules prohibiting the release of classified information on the employment status of a CIA employee?
No, Congresswoman.
All right. So I think your testimony underscores that efforts to minimize the significance of the disclosure of your employment status are in effect minimizing the importance of the classified information rules designed to protect our national security. And I am infuriated to continue to hear, well, she just had a desk job. Because I understand, I've been there, I've had the training, and I want to thank you sincerely for the work that you have done in regards to the protection, homeland security, and showing the love for this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Mr. Lynch.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you, Ms. Plame, for coming before this committee and helping us with our work and for your service to our country. I have to say this hearing has been a long time in coming. The chairman and I and the members of this committee have signed 5 or 6 requests over the last 4 years to try to get you before us and to get to the bottom of this. What has happened to you, it needs to be taken in a wider context, however. The two of the major issues here are, one, the process by which Congress receives information relative to national security. And as you know, your outing, if you will, or the disclosure of your covert status was I think, a deliberate attempt to discount the statements of your husband with respect to the supposed attempts by Saddam Hussein to purchase uranium or plutonium through Niger. And evidently from this chart, there were 20 occasions in which people deliberately, I think, attempted to destroy your credibility and also to destroy your effectiveness within the organization, within the CIA. And I know you've been very careful with your words. Once or twice might be a careless disclosure. 5 or 6 times might be reckless. But 20 times, I'll say it, 20 times is a deliberate attempt to destroy your status as a covert agent. And the only other major case in which we've had the outing of CIA agents, the Supreme Court in Hague versus AG said, "It is obvious and inarguable that no governmental interest is more compelling than the security of the nation." And going to those couple of issues, first of all, the integrity of the process by which we get our information was affected greatly, I think, in the terms of other agents may have been very disheartened and troubled by what happened to you. And in an effort to discount your husband's credibility, the question was raised, and it's been continually raised, of whether you were involved in the decision by the CIA to actually send your husband, Ambassador Joseph Wilson, to Niger in February of 2002 to obtain information on the allegations that Iraq sought uranium from Niger. They sort of said, oh, his wife sent him, like my wife sends me out to put out the trash, you know, try to discount the import of that. At least I admit it. Now, I want to ask you, the suggestion that you were involved in sending your husband seemed to drive the leaks in an effort to discount his credibility. I want to ask you now under oath, did you make the decision to send Ambassador Wilson to Niger?
No, I did not recommend him. I did not suggest him. There was no nepotism involved. I didn't have the authority. And Congressman, if you'll allow me briefly to just lay out the sequence of events.
That was my next question, if you would. You know, I sort of doubted this. If I was going to send my wife somewhere, it wouldn't be Niger. But nothing against Niger, but, you know. Please, if you could lay out, walk us through everything you did that may have been related around the time of the decision to send Ambassador Wilson to Niger.
Thank you, Congressman. I'm delighted as well that I am under oath as I reply to you. In February of 2002, a young junior officer who worked for me came to me very concerned, very upset. She had just received a telephone call on her desk from someone, I don't know who, in the office of the Vice President, asking about this report of this alleged sale of yellow cake uranium from Niger to Iraq. She came to me, and as she was telling me this story, what had just happened, someone passed by, another officer heard this. He knew that Joe had already, my husband, had already gone on some CIA missions previously to deal with other nuclear matters. And he suggested, well, why don't we send Joe? He knew that Joe had many years of experience on the African continent. He also knew that he had served and served well and heroically in the Baghdad embassy, our embassy in Baghdad during the first Gulf War. And I will be honest, I was somewhat ambivalent at the time. We had 2-year-old twins at home, and all I could envision was me by myself at bedtime with a couple 2-year-olds. So I wasn't overjoyed with this idea. Nevertheless, we went to my branch chief, our supervisor. My colleague suggested this idea, and my supervisor turned to me and said, well, when you go home this evening, would you be willing to speak to your husband, ask him to come in to headquarters next week, and we'll discuss the options, see if what we could do. Of course. And as I was leaving, he asked me to draft a quick email to the chief of our counter-proliferation division, letting him know that this might happen. I said, of course. And it was that email, Congressman, that was taken out of context, a portion of which you see in the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence report of July 2004, that makes it seem as though I had suggested or recommended him.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
great.
Lynch.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just follow up, because just 30 seconds.
Without objection.
Thank you. And I want to go back to that Senate Intelligence Committee hearing. There were 3 Republican senators who included a more definitive statement, which, and this is a quote, it said, "The plan to send the former ambassador to Niger was suggested by the former ambassador's wife, a CIA employee." What is your reaction to that statement in the Senate report about the genesis of your husband's trip to Niger in 2002?
Congressman, it's incorrect.
Okay.
It's been borne out in the testimony during the Libby trial, and I can tell you that it just doesn't square with the facts.
Okay.
Those additional views were written exclusively by 3 Republican senators.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Mr. Yarmouth?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to yield my time to Mr. Van Hollen.
Mr. Van Hollen's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yarmouth and Mr. Chairman. Ms. Plame, thank you for your service to our country and for your testimony here today. And just to remind us all of the larger context in which this happened, in the lead up to the war, we remember many statements from the President of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice, others, about mushroom clouds and invoking the image that Saddam Hussein was going to be obtaining nuclear weapons and using them in terrorist attacks. And so when Ambassador Wilson wrote his article in the New York Times that began with this statement, "Did the Bush administration manipulate intelligence about Saddam Hussein's weapons programs to justify an invasion of Iraq?" and answered that question in the following sentence, "Based on my experience with the administration the months leading up to the war, I have little choice but to conclude that some of the intelligence related to Iraq's nuclear weapons program was twisted to exaggerate the Iraqi threat." That posed a direct threat to the administration's credibility. And clearly they understood the danger of that, because it undercut one of the main underpinnings and justifications the administration gave for the war. And we see from the chart here that the White House did spring into action and begin to try and discredit your husband, and that is how you was drawn into this web. Mr. McClellan, the then White House spokesman, said on behalf of the administration, on behalf of the President, if anyone in this administration was involved in it, meaning the leaks and the dissemination of information, they would no longer be in this administration. Do you believe there continue to be people, individuals in this administration who were involved in leaking the information about you?
Yes, Congressman. As we know, again, from the evidence that was introduced at the trial of the Vice President's former Chief of Staff, for one, Karl Rove clearly was involved in the leaking of my name, and he still carries a security clearance to this day, despite the President's words to the contrary, that he would immediately dismiss anyone who had anything to do with this.
And the CIA spokesman made a statement, and other intelligence officers have made the statement you have today, that the failure to hold people accountable for leaking this kind of information sends a very terrible message to others in the intelligence field. Do you think the failure of the President to fire people in his administration who were involved with this message sends a chilling message to those in our intelligence agency that the White House is not willing to stand up behind those people who are putting their lives at danger every day?
Yes, I believe it undermines the President's words.
Let me ask you this, and I would just say on the record that the statements that were made at trial with respect to Karl Rove's involvement, I would just state the testimony given by Mr. Cooper of Time magazine, who said that he was told by Karl Rove, quote, "Don't go too far out on Wilson," that Mr. Wilson's wife worked at the, quote, agency, and at the conclusion of the conversation, according to Mr. Cooper, Mr. Rove said, quote, "I have already said too much." Can you think of any reason that Mr. Rove would make that statement if he did not know that he was engaged in wrongdoing?
Congressman, I cannot I cannot begin to speculate on Mr. Rove's intent. I just know what his words were and the effects.
Thank you. Let me just follow up briefly on Mr. Lynch's line of questioning regarding the Senate report and who really had Mr. Wilson, Ambassador Wilson, sent to Niger, and who was the instigator of that. The unclassified Senate report asserts that the Counterproliferation Division Reports Officer told the committee staff that the former ambassador's wife, you, offered up his name. Are you familiar with that statement in the unclassified Senate report?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Now, we don't want to reveal, I don't want you to reveal any classified information or anyone's identity. But my question is, have you talked with that CPD reports officer who was interviewed by the Senate committee?
Yes, Congressman, and I can tell you that he came to me almost with tears in his eyes. He said his words had been twisted and distorted. He wrote a memo, and he asked his supervisor to allow him to be re-interviewed by the committee. And the memo went nowhere, and his request to be re-interviewed so that the record could be set straight was denied.
So just so I understand, Mr. Chairman, if I could, so there's a memo written by the CPD officer upon whose alleged testimony the Senate wrote its report that contradicts the conclusions. Well,
Absolutely.
Contradicts the conclusions from that report.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, it seems to me that this committee should ask for that memo. It bears directly on the credibility of the Senate report on this very, very important issue, which they've attempted to use to discredit the Ambassador Wilson's mission.
I think the gentleman makes an excellent point, and we will insist on getting that memo.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Who is next? Okay. Mr. Hodes, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve my time, yield back.
Okay. The gentleman reserves his time. Mr. Sarbanes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Wilson, thanks for being here today. I know this can't be easy for you. If you put this affair in context, what's happened with you, with all the other abuses, frankly, Mr. Chairman, that we've been investigating over the last 7 weeks, and I thank you for the diligence of your inquiry and thoroughness of your inquiry into a number of things that have occurred. It paints a picture of an administration of bullies, in my view, that thinks that in order to achieve whatever the ends they're seeking, any means can be justified, and that people can just be pushed around. We saw it when we had testimony of people in the White House who bullied the scientific community by altering testimony on global warming. We've seen it in terms of the investigations you've done, Mr. Chairman, with respect to the treatment of our civil service. And now we see it in the context of our intelligence community. And to me, what you've experienced is really the result of a syndrome that's developed in this administration, which reflects the arrogance of power run amok. I have just a couple of questions that I wanted to ask you in that vein. First of all, I gather you believe that the outing of your status, that the blowing of your covert status was as a result of some of the statements that your husband was making and the challenges that he was bringing. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that was one of the consequences.
Okay. But at the point that they were prepared to surrender your covert status to the public, I mean, what was to be gained by that? I mean, Was it to apply further leverage? I mean, really, it was sort of after the fact at that point, right?
My thinking, Congressman, is that by continuing to assert falsely that I somehow suggested him or recommended him for this mission, it would undercut the credibility of what he was saying.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I think is what happened, and it just got a little out of hand.
Yeah. It strikes me as petulant behavior on their part. Secondly, there's this suggestion being made that your status could have been divulged sort of accidentally. But you've described efforts, structural efforts, that are designed to make sure that this doesn't happen accidentally. And so, could you comment on that? I mean, it seems to me that in order for your status to have been disclosed, somebody had to want that to happen. In other words, the way things were set up, it's highly unlikely that your status would be disclosed by accident. It had to be as a result of an orchestrated effort that somebody wanted to put it out there. Can you just talk about sort of structurally whether that is the case?
I can't speak to intent, but I can speak to simply what the actions that we can observe, and that, again, they all knew that I worked in the CIA. They might not have known what my status was, but that alone, the fact that I worked at the CIA, should have put up a red flag that they acted in a much more protective way of my identity and true employer.
Okay. And then lastly, again, trying to get, because this is more than, it's more than a story about Valerie Plame Wilson and what happened to you. As devastating as it's been to your life over these last period of months. It's about our intelligence community, and you've spoken yourself to how this kind of conduct can affect the integrity and effectiveness of our intelligence apparatus. Can you comment on the chilling effect, if you will, what the message it sends to people, to those, for example, who would be sent on a mission to collect intelligence about a subject that the White House might already have a very strong opinion about? How would it affect the way that agent, the way that person would collect that information and get that information back up the chain?
Intelligence collection is certainly more of an art than a science, but if there is any taint of bias, then it undermines its usefulness. The primary customer of our intelligence is, of course, the President of the United States. And if the President of the United States thinks somehow or doesn't believe that his intelligence that he receives on his desk, he or she receives on his desk every morning, is free of ideology, politics, a certain viewpoint, how then can that president make the most important decisions of all about the security of our country? I mean, I do feel passionately about that. You have to get the politics out of our intelligence process.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the passion that you've brought to your job, and you represent thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that go to work and try to make a difference for this country, and I think are being bullied by this administration. You won't get the apology from them that you deserve, but I want you to know that everyone here appreciates your service. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you, Mr. Sarbanes. We've gone back and forth, and rather than a second round, Mr. Davis and I have agreed that we'll have 5 minutes wrap-up on each side. 5 minutes to be controlled by the chairman and the ranking member, and I want to yield 5 minutes to Mr. Davis at this point.
Mr. Westmoreland, I'll yield such time as you may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Waxman, I hate it that we're not going to stay here to get all of our questions answered by Ms. Wilson because I have so many to ask because there's so much conflicting reports, and I think that something of this importance that we should have made a little more time for it. But Ms. Wilson, the Counterproliferation Division of the CIA, that sounds like a pretty important place where a bunch of smart people would work and keep good records. Would I be okay in thinking that?
Yes, Congressman.
But in the Senate Intel report that I've got, it says some CPD officials could not recall how the office decided to contact the former ambassador. Was this a voluntary lack of memory, or was there no notes kept on it? How could they forget how they came about a name that they were fixing to send to a foreign country to check on the intelligence of Iraq getting material to build nuclear bombs? That seems a little bit far-fetched to me.
Congressman, please remember that in this period, in the run-up to the war, we in the Counterproliferation Division of the CIA were working as flat out, as hard as we could to try to find good, solid intelligence for our senior policymakers on these presumed programs. My role in this was to go home that night without revealing any classified information, of course, and ask my husband would he be willing to come into CIA headquarters the following week and talk to the people there. At that meeting, I introduced him and I left because I did have 101 other things I needed to do.
Mm-hmm. But what I'm trying to say is, do you think there would not been a paper trail of how his name came about? Who would have mentioned it first? Or, I mean, to me, that's a pretty important assignment to give somebody. And you know, maybe somebody would want to say, "Hey, that was my idea. That was my guy that I was sending over there," and want to take credit for it. But it seems like everybody's running from it.
Congressman, I believe one of the pieces of evidence that was introduced in the Libby trial was an INR memo of that meeting, where it states, in fact, my husband was not particularly looking forward to, he didn't think it was necessary. There had been, I believe, at least 2 other reports, one by a 3-star general and one by the ambassador there on the ground, who said there really wasn't much of this allegation. And the INR folks that attended the meeting also said, well, we're not sure that this is really necessary. But it was ultimately decided that he would go use his contacts, which were extensive in the government, to see if there was anything more to this. It was a serious question asked by the Office of the Vice President, and it deserved a serious answer.
Are you familiar with a Charles Grenier that was the former Iraq mission manager for the CIA?
I know of him, sir. Yes.
He testified at the Libby trial that all he had heard is that you were working for this Counterproliferation Division, and it could have meant a number of things. Different people, I guess, work at this, some covert, some classified, some undercover, some different names. Is that true, that there are different classifications of people that work at this Counterproliferation Division?
What I would say is most accurate is that most of the employees of the Counterproliferation Division are under cover of some sort.
Okay, but he did work for the CIA, so he should have known all of that. Is that true? Are you saying he should have known that you were undercover or classified, or?
I'm saying that the fact was that most people in the Counterproliferation Division were undercover. I can't speak to what he should have or should have not known, but as an employee, he was probably cognizant of that. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you mentioned taking politics out of intelligence. And your husband, would you say he was a Democrat or a Republican?
Although my husband comes from a Republican family with deep roots in California, I would say he's a Democrat now, Congressman.
Okay. And just to kind of keep score, not that you would put yourself in any political category, would you say you're a Democrat or a Republican?
Congressman, I'm not sure that that is part of these
I know, but I mean, I gave a list of questions I couldn't ask you, and that wasn't one of them, so I didn't know if you'd be willing to.
Yes, Congressman, I am a Democrat.
You're a Democrat?
Yes,
okay.
I am.
So by, the Vice President, who's a Republican, who evidently thought from his CIA briefing that he had gotten one day, felt like that this needed to be looked at further. The report that Niger was selling this yellow cake uranium to Iraq, that he would get some further intel on it. They call the counter-proliferation, or at least somebody in the CIA, and then we had a Democrat, or at least supposedly someone who may be affiliated on the Democratic side, represent her or present or supposedly present or at least vouch for her husband, who was come from a good Republican family that had lost his way and became a Democrat. But my point is, in his piece titled "What I Didn't Find in Africa," he disputes the Bush administration's claims of there was no evidence that Niger was selling it. But you coming from a intelligence background, you don't just depend on one report from one country or one source to base all your intelligence on, do you? Wouldn't you gather it from a bunch of different sources and then kind of put it together and look at it, and not just one from
That's correct, Congressman.
one particular instance?
Gentleman's time has expired. You have a last question you want to ask?
Well, I guess, Mr. Chairman, my last comment would be to you is that, I still think it's a shame that we brought Ms. Wilson here and all the press came and all these good people came to witness all of this, and it's been quite a spectacle that we wouldn't get to ask all the questions that we had.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, let me just say,
Mr. Davis.
I think what's clear here, first of all, it's a terrible thing that any CIA operative would be outed. But what's difficult, I think, and what we haven't been able to establish here is who knew who was undercover and who was in a covert status. And I think we're going to have to look at that. But if there's no evidence here that the people that were outing this and pursuing this had knowledge of the covert status. And so I just want to make that point. Thank you very much. Ms. Plame, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I want to yield to Ms. Norton for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Wilson, as others have thanked you for your extraordinary service to our country. I am trying to understand the effect of the executive order, because there is an executive order. It's Executive Order 12958. It's an executive order, a presidential executive order that indicates what authorized, what the requirements are to prevent unauthorized disclosures. And in summary, they are background check, official need to know. I'm particularly interested in the official need to know, and ask you to look at the middle chart, the middle part of the chart on where the White House and other officials, State Department officials are listed. Can you think of any reason that any of those officials would have had a reason to know your identity in particular as a covert agent?
Congresswoman, there was no need to know my specific identity other than that I was a CIA officer, according to that chart. None whatsoever.
Could I ask you whether there is any difference in your view between disclosing the identity of a covert agent and disclosing classified information? What, if any, difference would there be?
I think damage in either case could be equally devastating. It would simply depend on what the classified information was, but certainly revealing operatives' true identity is devastating. In my case, I was working on trying to find the Iraq weapons of mass destruction programs and what they were up to.
Well, I suppose we could all think of classified information involving our country that would have a devastating effect on all of us. Disclosing the name of a classified agent might have a devastating effect on more than that agent's career. Is that not the case?
Oh, absolutely, Congresswoman. The ripple effects go outward in quite wide circles. There's all the contacts through the years as either innocent or in a professional manner, the agents, the networks, much is taken out.
Are there circumstances under which disclosing the identity of a covert agent could result in the death of that agent, and hasn't that occurred before in our country's history?
Yes, it has.
If, in fact, a official of any kind did not have an official reason to know your status, in your view, would that be a violation of the executive order, which lists need to know, official need to know, as a reason for having classified information?
Yes, Congresswoman, I would think so.
So you believe that would be?
It would be a violation.
One of my colleagues questioned you regarding the accusation that over and over again was repeated in the press, and for that matter by a number of public officials, that it was you who was responsible for your husband's being selected to go on the controversial trip at issue. As I understand it, that person has indeed said that he was not the person who indicated that you had been responsible for the selection of your husband to go to Niger. If that is the case, would you say that it would be inappropriate for us or others to rely on the information that a CIA official had said that you were responsible for the selection of your husband to go to Niger?
That's incorrect. A senior agency officer said she had nothing to do with his trip. And I would just like to add that certainly I had no political agenda at the time of my husband's trip. Joe had no political agenda. We were both looking to serve our country.
Mr. Chairman, I understand that the CIA official to which I refer has in fact said that in writing, and I ask that you try to get the memorandum of that official that would make it clear that he or she was not responsible for this information.
We'll try to get that information and hold it for the record.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Davis?
Ms. Plame, let me just clarify one thing. You noted that when you learned about this, your husband picked up the paper and said he did it. Do you remember your testimony today? He did it. He read the, was he referring to Novak? Was he referring to the administration at that? And did you know that this was percolating?
Yes, sir. He was referring to Mr. Novak. We had indications in the week prior that Mr. Novak knew my identity and my true employer, and I have, of course, alerted my superiors at the agency, and I was told, don't worry, we'll take care of it. And it was much to our surprise that we read about this July 14th.
Do you know if your superiors at the agency did anything at that point to stop the outing of a CIA agent? It would have seemed to me they would have picked up the phone and said, this is a serious matter, this is a crime. Do you have any idea?
Absolutely. I believe, and this is what I've read, that the then spokesman, Mr. Harlow, spoke directly with Mr. Novak and said something along the lines of, don't go with this, don't do this. I don't know exactly what he said, but he clearly communicated the message that Mr. Novak should not publish my name.
And you don't know if he said this could be a violation of law, she is covert operator or anything like that?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think one of the long-term concerns outside of your case, I mean, the outing of an agent is a very, very serious business, which I think has been underscored by both sides. But if no one knows that you're covert, it's hard at that point to show any violation of law and the like. But if you have notice, that's a different issue. And so you did the appropriate thing in notifying your superiors that this was percolating, and they were not able to stop it. So that's your testimony?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mrs. Wilson, you could be a Democrat, you can be a Republican. No one asks our servicemen or CIA operatives what they believe in terms of their politics to go out and serve our country. They're not acting as Democrats or Republicans. They and you were acting as an American. Facts are not Republican or Democratic. Your husband revealed the falsehood of the reason the President gave to go to war against Saddam Hussein in Iraq. And the reason he gave, even in his State of the Union address, was that the weapon of mass destruction that Saddam Hussein had or would soon have was a nuclear bomb. That was very sobering, but it was false. And when your husband wrote the article, that went right to the heart of this claim. So one could see why they wouldn't like what your husband wrote. But they made you collateral damage. Your career was ended. Your life may have been in jeopardy. And they didn't seem to care, even to this point, because you said they haven't even called to apologize. Now, whether they knew it and intentionally gave out this information about your status is a reason for this investigation. If they knew it, that you were a covert, undercover agent, and they disclosed that fact, that is a big deal. That's a serious jeopardizing of our national security. If they didn't know you were a undercover covert agent, then I have to wonder in my mind, what was their thinking? That this guy couldn't be right because his wife had something to do with the mission? Boy, is that sort of silly. Either way, I don't think it speaks well for all those people in the White House to have gone out of their way to let the press know this information, which was the only, I guess, the only thing they had to say. The President has finally acknowledged the statement that your husband pointed out was
factually incorrect. The President has acknowledged it was factually incorrect. The Secretary of State said CIA didn't tell her, but it turned out that her chief deputy did get informed, Mr. Hadley, that the statement was not correct, that they were putting into the State of the Union address, the most vetted speech a president ever makes. They have acknowledged the validity of your husband's statement. And what do we have for you? Well, just collateral damage. I find that troubling, that in the zeal for their political positioning, that there are a lot of collateral damage around, including a war that didn't have to be fought. I want to thank you very much for your presence here. I think it's been helpful, and we are going to continue this investigation.
Mr. Chairman, a question to the Chair.
Yes.
The first, I think most of us knew about Valerie Plame as being an undercover agent was through Robert Novak's July 14th, 2003 column. Is it possible, as we continue our oversight function, to have Mr. Novak under oath come in and testify to that, the fact that he did print that information?
Well, I think we know that he did print that information, and we know now that she was a covert agent. I'll give it some thought, and we'll talk to you further about where this investigation goes. But I just want to underscore that we need an investigation. This is not about Scooter Libby, and it's not just about Valerie Plame Wilson. It's about the integrity of our national security and whether it's being jeopardized.
Well, Mr. Waxman, I think if we do that, you need to involve the CIA, because there's no evidence here that anyone out there had any idea that it was an undercover agent and that she was a covert agent at this point.
Well, you may well be right.
That.
But the CIA did.
And in fact, she did the appropriate thing in going to her superiors when she found out that she was about to be outed. I would have thought at that point, if the CIA felt that one of their operatives were going to be outed, they would have gone to great lengths to try to kill the story and let them know what the law was. I just also note
that's a very good point, and I think we need to get that information.
That in the President's speech, I just have to say this, in the President's speech when he mentioned the uranium, those words were cleared by the CIA. It may not have been in accordance with what Mr. Wilson found, but Ms. Plame's boss approved that, and I think the record should reflect that.
Mr. Chairman.
Before I call anybody else, yeah, Mr. Hodes.
Just very briefly. The suggestion about what we don't know cannot be finally determined until we pursue the investigation that we need to pursue and find out what the people on this chart knew and when they knew it, who the unknown person or persons are, and we need the investigation.
We had a special prosecutor did this, Mr. Hodes. The special prosecutors looked at this and spent 2 years on it.
Let me suggest that this is a hearing to get information from witnesses, not to debate, although it's inevitable. But let's I think, move on with our hearing. I thank all the members for their participation. I wish we had all the members here to participate, but all those members were invited and had adequate notice. But this is a Friday. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're going to recess for 4 or 5 minutes, just so we can settle down and get the next witnesses up and take care of whatever pressing matters may need to be attended to.
You have a camera.
Meeting of the committee will come back to order. I'm pleased to welcome our next 2 witnesses. Dr. James Nodell is the Security Officer for the Executive Office of the President. According to GAO, this position is, quote, responsible for formulating and directing the execution of security policy, reviewing and evaluating Executive Office of the President's security programs, and conducting security indoctrinations and debriefings for agencies of the Executive Office of the President, end quote. Mr. Bill Leonard is the Director of the Information Security Oversight Office at the National Archives and Records Administration. This office is charged with developing security classification policies for classifying, declassifying, and safeguarding security information generated in government and industry, and evaluating the effectiveness of the security classification programs developed by government and industry. I want to welcome both of you to our hearing today. Your prepared statements are going to be in the record in its entirety, and we're going to ask you to give your oral presentation to around 5 minutes, or not, try to keep within the 5 minutes. But it is the practice of this committee to swear in all witnesses, so if you'd please rise and administer the oath. Do you promise to tell us the truth and nothing but the truth? I do. The record will indicate that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Mr. Nodell, why don't we start with you? There's a button on the base of the mic, and be sure to pull it close enough to you so we can hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is James Nodell. I'm the Chief Security Officer for the Office of Security and Emergency Preparedness, Office of Administration, Executive Office of the President. The Office of Security and Emergency Preparedness, commonly referred to as OSEP, provides personnel security, physical security, and emergency preparedness for the Executive Office of the President and Office of the Vice President. OSEP works closely with the United States Secret Service, National Security Council, and the White House Military Office, as well as EOP managers and all personnel assigned to the EOP to ensure their security matters are well coordinated and that required controls are consistently implemented. OSEP provides a variety of services that ensure the proper protection of EOP resources, including information, people, and facilities. These services include pre-screening candidates for employment based on security guidelines, monitoring the background investigation process, briefing employees on requirements and guidelines for the handling and storage of classified material. In reference to the committee's request that I provide information on White House procedures for safeguarding classified information, OSEP follows guidelines set forth in various executive orders that deal with classified information. For example, Executive Order 12968, Access to Classified Information, dated August 2, 1995, established a uniform federal personnel security program for employees who will be considered for initial or continued access to classified information. Executive Order 12958, Classified National Security Information, dated April 17, 1995, prescribes a uniform system for classifying, safeguarding, and declassifying national security information, is another such order. OSEP staff members brief all new EOP employees on the responsibilities for handling and securing classified information consistent with these executive orders. Additionally, mandatory annual refresher security briefings are provided to those EOP employees holding security clearances. In the event an EOP employee fails to follow applicable guidelines resulting in a security violation, a member of the EOP office to which the individual is assigned should report the matter to OSEP. OSEP then refers the matter and follows procedures consistent with the guidelines in Executive Order 12968 to ensure that a determination is made whether the person should continue to hold a security clearance, and that if the incident involves a risk to classified information controlled by an organization outside the EOP, that organization is notified. Mr. Chairman, I'm not able to discuss individual cases or investigations. I would be happy to answer questions related to the procedures for handling classified information or corresponding to the unauthorized release of classified information. Thank you.
Mr. Nodell. Mr. Leonard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Waxman, Mr. Davis, and members of the committee. I wish to thank you for inviting me to testify here today. I direct the Information Security Oversight Office, often called ISOO. Under Executive Order 12958 as amended, we have substantial responsibilities with respect to the classification, safeguarding, and declassification of information by agencies within the executive branch. Included is the responsibility to develop and promulgate a directive implementing the order. It is the order that sets forth the basic framework and legal authority by which executive branch agencies may classify national security information. Pursuant to his constitutional authority and through the order, the President has authorized a limited number of officials to apply classification to certain national security-related information. In delegating classification authority, the President has established clear parameters for its use and certain burdens that must be satisfied. Specifically, every act of classifying information must be traceable back to its origin as an explicit decision by a responsible official who has been expressly delegated original classification authority. In addition, the original classification authority must be able to identify or describe the damage to national security that could reasonably be expected if the information was subject to unauthorized disclosure. Furthermore, the information must be owned by, produced by or for, or under the control of the U.S. government. And finally, it must fall into one or more of the categories of information specifically provided for in the order. The President has also spelled out in the order some very clear prohibitions and limitations with respect to the use of classification. Specifically, for example, in no case can information be classified in order to conceal violations of law, inefficiency, or administrative error. It's the responsibility of officials delegated original classification authority to establish at the time of the original decision the level of classification as well as the duration of classification. The order and directive go on to establish requirements for access to classified information, such as the need for a favorable access eligibility determination by an agency, as well as the execution of an approved non-disclosure agreement. The order and directive also promulgate minimum standards for the safeguarding of classified information, addressing such issues such as its storage, reproduction, transmission, and destruction. They also establish actions to be taken in the event of a loss, possible compromise, or unauthorized disclosure of classified information. This includes the prompt reporting and investigation of such instances in order to implement appropriate corrective actions and to ascertain the degree of damage to national security. While, as stated earlier, it's the responsibility of the original classification authority to determine the duration of classification, a fundamental principle of the order is that classified information shall be declassified as soon as it no longer meets the standards for classification. In addition, while the order presumes that information that continues to meet the standards for classification requires continued protection, it provides for exceptional cases in which the need to protect such information may be outweighed by the public interest in disclosure of the information. In such circumstances, an agency head or designated official may, as an exercise of discretion, declassify the information. In addition to the above, information can become declassified in one of three ways. First, by implementing the instructions set forth in a classification or declassification guide. Second, by following review by an authorized official. Or third, automatically without benefit of review. Finally, the order establishes specific responsibilities for agencies in establishing an effective classification management program. Again, I want to thank you for inviting me here today, Mr. Chairman. I'd be more happy to answer your and any questions that members of the committee might have.
Thank you very much. Chair will recognize himself to start off the questions. Mr. Nodell, you're the one in charge at the White House for safeguarding classified information, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And in doing so, you have an executive order 12958 that implements the regulations for protection of this information. I want to ask you about that, and of course we're looking at it in the context of Mrs. Wilson's identity being disclosed. Federal regulations require that any person who has knowledge of the loss or compromise of classified information has an obligation to report to the White House security officer. I'm going to read from you 5 CFR section 1312.30. Any White House employee who has knowledge of the loss or possible compromise of classified information should report the circumstances to the EOP security officer, end quote. Is that accurate, Mr. Nodell?
Yes, it is.
And do White House officials
who know about the disclosure of classified information have an obligation to report what they know to you?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Leonard, you're one of the nation's experts on protection of classified information. Do Federal officials who learn of the possible breach of classified information have an obligation to report it to the security officer at the White House?
Any individual who becomes aware of a security violation, especially one which may involve an unauthorized disclosure, has the obligation to promptly report that matter to the designated official to receive that.
Okay. And that's whether it was intentionally disclosed or unintentionally disclosed?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Mr. Nodell, I want to ask you about whether the White House officials complied with this requirement after the disclosure of Mrs. Wilson's identity. Let me start with the former White House press secretary, Ari Fleischer. Mr. Fleischer had conversations with Walter Pincus of the Washington Post and David Gregory of NBC News about Ms. Wilson's identity. These conversations took place in July 2003. Almost immediately, it was clear that Ms. Wilson's identity was classified information. Mr. Nodell, the regulations require Mr. Fleischer to report what he knew about this disclosure to you. Did he do that?
Mr. Chairman, I thought the agreement here for me today was I would not discuss specific investigations.
Wilson case. Well, as I understood it, we wouldn't discuss the Libby case. That was a concern that we were going to go rehash the Libby case. But this is the Valerie Plame Wilson case, and it's a question that Congress is exploring to find out whether our security laws and regulations are working. And one way to find that out is to find out whether you were told that there was a violation and the rules were upheld and followed in the requirement and obligations to report it to you.
Mr. Chairman, that happened before my tenure in this current position. I began this position in August of 2004.
Uh-huh. Well, do you, are you aware of whether the report was made by Mr. Fleischer to your predecessor?
I'm not, Mr. Chairman.
Are you aware if there's any investigation that ever took place in the White House about the release of this classified information?
I am not.
Do you know whether Karl Rove, the President's senior political advisor, came forward and reported what he knew about the breach of Mrs. Wilson's identity? After all, we learned that Mr. Rove talked about her identity with at least two journalists, Robert Novak and Matthew Cooper of Time magazine.
Mr. Chairman, I have no knowledge of any investigation within my office.
Okay. How long have you been in that office?
Since August of 2004.
Since August of 2004, 2.5 years. And were you aware in the last 2.5 years that this was an issue for which there was a lot of concern?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I was.
Did you learn that from people in the White House?
Through the press.
Through the press. Mr. Leonard, the regulations seem clear. It says that officials like Mr. Rove have an obligation to report security violations. Mr. Nodell, wouldn't there have to be a report that would have been filed in your office?
If we were notified, there would be, sir, yes.
Okay, so if you were notified, a report would be on file. Is that right?
Correct.
And you don't know if there's one on file?
That's correct.
Is that correct? You don't even know there's one on file?
There is not one on file.
There is not one on file?
That's correct.
You know that there is no report on file that classified information was disclosed and that report was about Fleischer or Rove or all the other names?
Mr. Chairman, not within the Office of Security and Emergency Preparedness.
Okay. Mr. Leonard, just to clarify the point, isn't there an obligation under the law to have that information filed by the person who learns that he disclosed classified information even inadvertently?
Well, again, Mr. Chairman, the requirement is for anyone who becomes aware of a violation, the person who may be involved in committing it or someone who is otherwise aware of it, to promptly report that to the designated official so that an appropriate inquiry and investigation can be conducted.
Well, these people may not have known at the time they disclosed this information to the press, but they certainly learned afterwards. do they have an obligation even then to report to their officer?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Again, the purpose of the notification is to allow for the conduct of an investigation or an inquiry in order to, at the very least, determine what the causes were, so as to provide for corrective action, to assess the possibility of damage to national security.
Last question to Mr. Nodell. Was any corrective action taken? Was any disciplinary action taken against Mr. Rowe for failing to report his knowledge of the breach of Mrs. Wilson's identity?
No, Mr. Chairman.
No action was taken, or no, you don't know?
No action was taken.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Davis?
Mr. Chairman, let me just I think, Mr. Nodell, you just found out you were coming here yesterday, is that correct?
Actually had word of it earlier in the week, but found out definitively yesterday, yes, sir.
Okay. Generally, committee rules about advance notice and consultation to protect both the majority and minority rights. We get notice on these, and it requires that members be informed in writing of witnesses and the likely scope of their testimony 3 days prior to a hearing. We were informed only yesterday of the addition of 2 witnesses to today's, which doesn't generally allow us the time to prepare that we would ordinarily like. Do you know, was the possibility of a subpoena discussed with you or with Mr. Fielding in terms of your coming here today?
I understand that there was talk of a subpoena.
Okay, just for the record, the minority was not consulted on that at all.
Gentlemen, yield to me.
Yes.
As I understand it, Mr. Nodell was expected to come here, and that information was out there a week prior to today, and it was shared with the minority staff. We found out yesterday that Mr. Nodell was not going to be permitted to testify. I called the White House counsel and suggested that we might have to issue a subpoena, and he, unless Mr. Nodell was made available, I was told the subpoena would not be necessary, and Mr. Nodell is here. So I
my understanding was that the invitation had come to offer, but we weren't notified until yesterday, you'd appear. But let me just start. When an agency creates classified material, let's say the CIA, and then shares it with another agency, what obligations and responsibilities does the originator have to convey the classification status to the recipient?
Well, if it's a document, it'd be clearly marked on that document.
How about an individual?
They should be told that it's classified material that's being passed.
To your knowledge, and this predates you, there was no knowledge at the White House of Mrs. Plame's covert status. Have you been able, or can you not comment on that?
I can't comment. I don't have any knowledge of it.
You have no knowledge of it. Mr. Leonard, let me just ask this. Does the burden generally fall on the agency that has the classification or that would have a employee in a covert status to convey that? How else would another agency know?
With respect to conveying classifications status, the burden is, or the responsibility, clearly the preferred way is immediate notice to the recipient of classified information. That can happen either by markings on a document if it's written notification, or if it's oral notification, it would be something along the lines.
Well, in this case, there were briefings. There were briefings from individuals and names on briefing, but there would not be any documentation, would there, to say this person's covert or not covert, would there, as a general rule?
When the disclosure is oral, normally it would be preceded by something along the lines, what I'm about to tell you is classified such and such a level. Another way to disclose or to provide classification guidance is to, again, to have a written classification guide that would provide specifics as to what's classified at what level, or to convey the substance of a classification guide through the course of briefings and whatever. And then lastly, all cleared individuals have an affirmative responsibility by virtue of signing a non-disclosure agreement that if there is any question in their mind as to the true classification status of information they're provided, they're obligated to seek clarification before they further disclose.
But is there an obligation to ask on the
if
part
there
of
is
the recipient?
uncertainty in the mind of the recipient by virtue of the non-disclosure agreement.
I mean, the difficulty we have in this situation is, I mean, there are a lot of people who work for the CIA and are not undercover or in a covert operation. In fact, they fill it out on applications publicly. Everybody knows they work there, and there's a difficulty. I'm just wondering, what is the obligation of a recipient agency at that point to ask appropriate questions, or should the obligation be on the CIA affirmatively to protect their employees? That's really the question here. We've heard no testimony in the first panel that there was any knowledge on the part of anybody who was passing this information that Mrs. Plame was in a covert status. Had there been, I think we would have seen the investigation turn out differently at this point.
There is an affirmative obligation on the part of the party who's disclosing the information. If there is uncertainty in the mind of the recipient, there is likewise an affirmative responsibility to seek.
Let me ask you both this. This was the situation. I think it's clear Mrs. Plame appeared to have handled this appropriately, but if a newspaper is getting ready to out an operative or, say, out, in the case, a top secret memo or something, and there are penalties attached, what do you do at that point to let them know they are violating the law, to let them know that they are going out with top secret information, or in this case, outing an agent? What would be the obligation at that point of the CIA to go forward and notify the individuals that are suspected of outing this, or that are on the verge of doing this, that are exploring this?
Well, I think clearly if they know that classified information is going to be released, it's incumbent upon them to contact whoever.
But how would they do it? I mean, how would they do it? Say, oh, don't do this? Because when you say don't do this to the press, that's a...
Well, if they can contact them, and because they have the classified information, they can have them sign a non-disclosure agreement, barring them from...
Would it be appropriate to say this is classified information and will hurt national security?
Sure.
They should do that, shouldn't they?
Yes, they should.
We don't know what the facts were in this, and I hope to work with Mr. Waxman to get the facts in this particular case. And we have a way to do it. Mr. Leonard, would you agree with that?
It's a judgment call, Mr. Davis. There will certainly be circumstances where it is prudent to intercede along those lines. There will be other circumstances where it may not be, because it could serve to confirm something that we don't want to confirm. And quite frankly, just because something is in the media doesn't mean it's accurate.
No, they're not. But if you're the CIA, or you're with an agency that has that, and you know they have the information and they're going to come out with it, again, at that point, that argument goes out the window.
Again, it depends upon what the nature of the information is.
If it's true.
Right. It depends upon what the nature of the information. In your example, if it's the identity of a covert officer, that would be prudent to intercede.
Yeah, I think one of the issues here, aside from all the political sideshow, is the fact that once the agency knew one of their operatives, covert operatives, were going to be outed, what steps did they take at that point? They knew a story was pending. Mrs. Plame has testified here under oath that they knew this story was coming. In fact, her husband said he did it. That obviously there were some conversations, and exactly what did the CIA do to protect their operative? At that point, the obligation doesn't go to the White House, who we aren't even sure was in that particular chain with the outing of that story. But what do they or should they have done? And I hope that we can explore that further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you, gentlemen, for testifying. Mr. Nodell, let me is it Nodell?
Yes, it is, no doubt.
Let me ask you a few questions, because you in answering some of the chairman's questions, you left me shocked, and I want to make sure I heard you right. Are you saying, with regard to this case, that is the outing of Valerie Plame Wilson, there is no report?
Not in my office, there is not.
And are you also saying that there was no investigation?
Not by my office.
Not by your office. And so I could conclude then that there were no sanctions, is that correct?
There were
no sanctions within your office. I mean, is it one of your jobs, is part of your job to recommend sanctions where you find that there has been a breach?
Correct, but there was already an outside investigation that was taking place, criminal investigation.
So that's
why we took no action.
Now, one of your main objectives for being in the White House to make sure that these kinds of things don't happen. Is that right?
Correct.
And I would assume that if anyone were to take the job that you took, that one of their, and considering what happened before you got there, that this would be something that would be on the minds of everybody, because again, this is like bells ringing, alarms going off. This is the kind of thing that you don't want to do, because this could end up in your lap. Is that right?
It's in this particular case, you're absolutely right. This started long before my tenure in this position. By the time I took the position, the criminal investigation was already underway.
But did you look into it at all? You didn't look into it at all? I mean,
no.
Just so that you could make sure you did your job right and didn't allow this to happen again?
We didn't want to have collateral investigations going on at the same time, sir.
So if there is a criminal investigation and you have got to, and you're trying to make sure it doesn't happen again, so you don't even look into it at all. In other words, you as the guy, you're the guy who is responsible for guarding all of this and make sure that everything goes right. So it sounds to me like we had a breach on top of a breach. We had one situation where Ms. Valerie Plame Wilson's identity and covert status was disclosed, and then within the very office, within the White House, there's no report, there's no investigation, and there are no sanctions.
Sir, again, any reporting would have taken place prior to my arriving into the office.
Now, the criminal cases...
Well, the gentleman yield to me.
Of course.
Because I just want to pin this point down.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Do you know whether there was an investigation at the White House after the leaks came out?
I don't have any knowledge of an investigation within my office.
Ever?
I do not.
Because the President said he was investigating this matter, was going to get to the bottom of it. You're not familiar that you're not aware that any investigation took place?
Not within my office, sir.
And if there was an investigation, what were you referring to? Mr. Fitzgerald's investigation?
Yes, the outside investigation.
Okay, that didn't start till months and months later, and that had the purpose of narrowly looking to see whether there was a criminal law violated. But there was an obligation for the White House to investigate whether classified information was being leaked inappropriately, wasn't there?
If that was the case, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just ask Neil for a very quick question? I'll give you time. Would the initiative of a criminal investigation relieve those who made these disclosures of the obligation to report to you by forcing them to disclose could violate their Fifth Amendment rights?
Actually, in regards to security violations, we encourage self-reporting, and that we would encourage them to contact our office.
Reclaiming my time, if Mr. Rove, for example, the #1 advisor to the President of the United States, received this information or had anything to do with the disclosing of a covert agent's identity, and now we have a situation where it appears that the criminal trial is over, would your agency have anything, I mean, your office have anything to do now, or do you just close the books and say it's over?
I've got no indication from the Department of Justice or any other agency.
Would Mr. Rove have had a duty to report any kind of breach?
Yes.
Even today?
At the time of the occurrence.
I'm sorry?
At the time of the occurrence, when the violation took place.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Before I recognize the next witness, I just want to clarify this point. The investigation by Mr. Fitzgerald didn't take place for months and months and months after it was well known that there had been a leak of the identity of a covert CIA agent. Now, as I understand it, there was an obligation for the White House to conduct an immediate investigation to find out whether they needed to suspend security clearances of somebody who had leaked this information, to maybe take disciplinary action against an individual who might have been involved, and thirdly, to find out who divulged it. And the White House had that obligation because this was a matter of important, highest order national security. Am I stating things correctly, Mr. Leonard?
Mr. Chairman, as you point out, whenever there is suspected unauthorized disclosure or compromise, there is an affirmative responsibility to do an inquiry, at the very least to implement corrective action so that subsequent and additional and similar violations do not continue to occur, and also to be able to ensure that any potential damage to national security is assessed. And part of the assessment of corrective action is also the assessment of the need for sanctions.
Right after the Novak column appeared, there was an outrage that this was disclosing a covert agent. And not only that, the CIA was so angered by it that they wrote a letter to the Justice Department demanding an investigation. And in light of this, which took place immediately after the information of the leak was disclosed, the White House still has not initiated an investigation. Am I correct in that statement, Mr. Nadell?
That's correct. My office has not.
Thank you. Ms. Watson?
Thank you. Mr. Nadell, are you the Director of the Office of Security?
Yes, ma'am. I'm the Chief Security.
Executive Office of the President?
Yes, ma'am.
The White House?
I work for the Office of Administration, but yes.
Impeach Cheney first. How long have you been on the job?
I started this position in August of 2004.
2004, and this is March of 2007. I just want to establish that for the record. The investigation that was led by Special Counsel Patrick Fitzgerald revealed that a number of White House officials, including former Chief of Staff of the Vice President, Louis Scooter Libby, Senior Advisor to the President, Karl Rove, and the White House Press Secretary, Ari Fletcher, discussed and disclosed information concerning Ms. Wilson's CIA employment status. With respect to some of these officials, the Fitzgerald proceedings and how they attained the information was discussed, and Mr. Liddy, for example, received information about Ms. Plame's CIA employment from the State Department, the Central Intelligence Agency, the Vice President, and another aide to the Vice President. What is not publicly known, however, is how Mr. Karl Rove learned of Ms. Wilson's employment status. So, is it Nadell?
Yes, ma'am.
Under the requirements governing classified information, the White House should have conducted an investigation. Would that be you?
Yes, ma'am. That'd be my office.
Of the breach regarding Ms. Wilson's CIA employment status. Can you tell us how Mr. Rove learned about Ms. Wilson's employment status at the CIA?
I cannot.
And you've been on since when?
August of 2004.
And you cannot tell us, if you investigated, how that information was leaked? Loudly for the record, please.
Yes. There was no investigation from the Office of Security and Emergency Preparedness. That's correct.
Isn't that unusual? And that's why I wanted you to establish your position. You're the Director of the Office of Security, and you did no investigation of how this information was out there?
That's correct.
Okay. Has there been any investigation by your office into how Mr. Rove would have obtained the information? Apparently, your answer is no.
That's correct.
It seems to me that there is some dereliction of duty if you are the director and you are to oversee the security from the White House, and you're telling me there was no investigation.
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, I think we ought to further investigate why the director's office, whether it was the person who preceded him, and now he falls into this, and he is the witness here. But I want us to get to the truth as to why the Office of Security did not do an investigation. This goes goes to the core of the security in this country and our operatives abroad. And I think the reason why the intelligence was so faulty and we went to war against a sovereign nation was because of the failure in your office and the CIA to have accurate information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this time.
Gentlelady, Mr. Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the witnesses for their testimony. I think you can hear that the members of the committee are pretty stunned that no investigation was undertaken into these breaches. My question, Mr. Nadel, I just want to understand, is it a matter of White House security policy that if there's a criminal investigation into a leak out of the White House, that the security office does not undertake its own investigation or administrative action?
We would not run a collateral investigation.
So let me just make sure I understand this. You have somebody who's accused of leaking. There's a court proceeding that may go on for years and years and years. The alleged leaker continues to be in the White House, continues to be potentially there to leak information, and it's the policy of the White House to take no action to ask any question of the alleged leaker to determine whether or not that person's security clearance at the very least should be revoked.
No, that is not the case.
Well, what is the case?
An investigation should be done.
So an investigation should be done, right?
Correct.
But an investigation was not done.
That's correct.
Okay. And clearly the standard in a criminal investigation like this one of the questions was whether people had knowledge of whether there was a covert, someone was a covert operative. But the standard, as I understand, for your purposes, is simply a question of whether classified information was disclosed. Isn't that right?
Could you rephrase that for me, please?
In other words, as I understand the regulations, your office has an obligation to undertake an investigation when classified information has been disclosed.
Correct.
Okay. There's not, as a preliminary matter, any question of whether it was an intentional disclosure. You're supposed to look into any disclosure. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
So now what my question is, I don't understand why, I mean, I understand a little time has elapsed, but given what you've just testified to, why aren't you undertaking an investigation today? These are all now publicly disclosed information, publicly disclosed classified information by officials in the White House. You have said it is not the policy to suspend an administration proceeding pending a criminal investigation. It's very possible that people, and it looks very likely that people clearly leaked classified information. Why aren't we taking an investigation today?
Mr. Congressman, I will take this back. We'll review this when I get back to the office. I'll review this with senior management. We need to ensure that all criminal investigations have been concluded, and we will certainly look into it.
Well, if I could just stop you on that. I understand the criminal investigation is being concluded, but I understood your testimony a minute ago to say that you would conduct an administrative investigation even during the pending criminal investigation.
No, sir.
So it is the policy. So then it is the policy of the White House not to undertake any administrative investigation as long as there are a criminal investigation going. Is that written down somewhere?
DSKID 6-8, I believe, is in there where there will not be a collateral investigation. I believe that's the case.
Can I clarify something, Mr. Congressman? Clearly, when there is a need for an administrative inquiry and a criminal investigation, you have a situation where there are, in fact, competing priorities, competing national interest priorities and whatever, and so at the very least, it can be awkward. And so I'm not too sure we can say that there's a hard, fast rule one way or the other, because quite frankly, there could be situations where someone can make a case that an administrative inquiry, while there's a criminal investigation going on, can amount to obstruction of justice. So those types of things have to be sorted out, and there is no clear-cut issue. From a classification point of view, I would submit that the immediate concern should first and foremost be, let's make sure that we're not going to have any additional security violations that would result in additional compromises, and that should not wait.
Let me, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I mean, the GAO has looked into this issue, and it's clear that, as I understand, the rules in the White House are supposed to be similar to the rules that apply in any agency. Isn't that right? With respect to how you treat these, is that right?
Yes, that's
okay.
correct.
And I know other Federal officials have routinely lost their security clearances pending investigations into potential leaks of classified information, and without, even in case when criminal charges were not filed. For example, Sergeant Samuel Province had his security clearance revoked after he talked to several media outlets about the mistreatment of a 16-year-old boy and other abuses by interrogators at Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq. He was not indicted or accused of criminal wrongdoing. Here's someone who made a statement, a public statement about abuses at Abu Ghraib, and his security clearance was temporarily suspended, and yet you've got clear evidence of top officials in the White House having disclosed classified information and no actions taken. I have to ask you to go back and take a look at whether or not there's really a prohibition on moving forward. Clearly, now that the criminal investigation is over, it seems that one should be launched, even if that did in fact prohibit an investigation from going forward before. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Van Hollen. That certainly appears to be a double standard. Mr.
Let me just, but to clarify, to clarify, my understanding is the leak occurred on July 13th, and within the month, I don't know if it was July 14th the next day, but certainly in July, we know the CIA made their referral to the Justice Department. So it was immediately under investigation by the Justice Department. Now, it took Attorney General Ashcroft several months before he recused himself and got someone else on board, but there was an immediate criminal investigation. Isn't that correct?
That's my understanding.
Your
yes.
understanding at that point, I don't know, Mr. Leonard, if you can, and that would change the dimensions in terms of whether you would do your own investigation
Correct.
or leave it to the professionals at the Justice Department.
That's correct.
And let me just ask this, in terms of an individual who may have inadvertently outed an operative or a memorandum or something during that time, once the criminal side has kicked in, at that point they have the right to allow that to move forward, protect themselves, and at that point I don't know if it relieves them the obligation, but they certainly have Fifth Amendment rights at that point that could in any way lead them to not go forward with that. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
Before I recognize Mr. Hodes, but the President of the United States made statements when this hit the press that he was outraged and he was going to be conducting an investigation and heads would roll. He said if anybody in the White House disclosed this information about a covert agent, that person would be fired. Then later he modified it and said, well, they have to be convicted of a crime. But it turns out that the President didn't even ask anybody to do an investigation. If he wanted to get the truth, all he had to do was call Karl Rove and Ari Fleischer and Scooter Libby and all these people that work for him into his office and say, hey, how'd this information get out? Who did it? And if he thought it was a problem, he could have said, you're not going to get access to other security information. Isn't that why the White House could do it contemporaneously with any criminal investigation, Mr. Leonard?
As I indicated, Mr. Chairman, when you have those competing priorities or competing interests, it can make an awkward situation, but those are the types of things that would have to be worked out.
Yeah, it sounds like the competing priority was not to allow his administration and top personnel to be embarrassed by the truth. Mr. Hodes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, you both agree that the national security of the United States is the most important thing we've got to consider, notwithstanding competing priorities? Do you both agree to that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nodell, you came in August 2004 to the White House, is that correct?
Correct.
You serve how, sir, at the pleasure of the President?
No, sir. I'm a career employee.
I'm sorry?
I'm a career employee.
Are you an attorney?
No, sir, I'm not.
Who was your predecessor at the White House?
Jeffrey Thompson.
Jeffrey Thompson?
Yes, sir.
Where is he now?
I don't know. Last I heard, he had moved down to Georgia.
When you came into your position, did Mr. Thompson brief you on the situation in the White House and what had or had not occurred with respect to investigations into the potential breach of classified information?
No, sir.
Let me ask you this. What discussions, if any, have you had with the President of the United States about initiating an investigation into the now clear, obvious security breaches that have occurred?
None.
What discussions, if any, have you had with the Vice President of the United States?
None.
What discussions, if any, have you had with Karl Rove?
None.
What discussions, if any, have you had with anyone about whether or not you should or should not institute an investigation into the security breaches that are the subject of this hearing today?
I've had no conversations.
You haven't talked to anybody?
That's correct.
So when you say you're going to go back to the White House and take it up with senior management, you're senior management, aren't you?
Yes, sir, I am.
So you're going to go back and talk to yourself about whether or not you're going to conduct an investigation? Is that what you want this panel to believe?
I report to several people.
Who do you report to, sir?
I report to Tom Dreyer.
Who is he?
He's the Deputy Chief Operations Officer.
For what?
For the Office of Administration.
Do you report to anybody else?
He's my direct report.
Does he, and who does he report to?
He reports to Sandra Evans.
And who does Sandra Evans
Chief
report?
Operations Officer.
And who does that person
for
report?
OA.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, within OA. And then the COO reports to Mr. Alan Swendeman. He's the director of OA.
Does anybody report back to the White House?
Mr. Swendeman is our director.
And he reports to the White House?
He is a political appointee.
Do you agree with me, Mr. Nodell, that the NIE is a classified document?
Pardon me?
Do you agree that the National Intelligence Estimate, before it is declassified, is a classified document?
Yes, sir.
Are there procedures for declassifying the National Intelligence Estimate?
I'm not familiar with specific declassification for that document.
Mr. Leonard, are there procedures in place for declassifying the National Intelligence Estimate?
Yes, sir. As with any classified information, it can become declassified pursuant to the original decisions as to when it becomes declassified. It can become declassified under the authorization of an authorized official, and then it can also become declassified just by the mere passage of time.
If classified information is revealed without having been properly declassified, that's considered a leak, correct, Mr. Leonard?
That's an unauthorized disclosure, yes, sir.
And Mr. Nodell, you agree with that it's considered a leak if it's not properly declassified and revealed?
Yes.
And leaking classified information is a crime, is it not, Mr. Nodell?
Yes.
And if two or more persons agree to leak classified information, and one of those persons takes affirmative steps to do something and pursuant to that agreement, that could be considered a criminal conspiracy. Is that correct?
It could be, certainly.
Now, it's my understanding that Mr. Libby testified that he was specifically authorized in advance to disclose key judgments of the classified National Intelligence Estimate to a reporter, Judy Miller, because Vice President Cheney believed it important to do so. Mr. Libby also testified that the Vice President had told him that the President had given the authorization to disclose portions of the National Intelligence Estimate. In your experience, gentlemen, in government, have you ever seen such selective declassification before?
I'm not aware of any similar type of action such as that, no, sir.
Do you know of any legal basis for there to be selective declassification to a few reporters of the National Intelligence Estimate? And I want to tell you that on the date that this was supposedly disclosed by Mr. Libby, July 8th, in the following 10 days, administration officials told folks that the NIE was still classified, and it was formally declassified on July 18th. Can you explain to this panel how, if Mr. Libby had authority from the President and the Vice President to declassify the NIE on July 8th, the administration continued to claim that it was classified for 10 days and then apparently declassified it again on July 18th?
I don't have any first-hand knowledge to address any of that, sir.
Nor do I.
Does it raise any questions for you?
The provisions of the executive order, as I had indicated, clearly provides for instances where classified information can be declassified even when it otherwise meets the standards for continued classification. And then ultimately, the exercise of classification and declassification authority is the President's absolute authority. It's not derived from any law or regulation or executive order. It's his Article 2 constitutional authority to be used absolutely.
Assuming that to be the case, is it your testimony that the President could choose to selectively declassify the National Intelligence Estimate and give directions that it could be declassified to be used with 3 reporters, but then still retain that, and that document then still is classified?
Gentleman's time has expired, but we do want an answer.
Right. Sir, you know, it's my testimony that it is the President's absolute authority when it comes to the classification and declassification of information.
Ms. Norton?
Mr. Nadel, I'm looking at your title, Director, Office of Security, but I'm trying to establish whether you have any authority. Do you regard yourself as having any independence or independent authority apart from others who report directly to the President of the United States? Do you have any ability to initiate investigations or other action on your own?
I would coordinate that through our legal counsel within the Office of Administration and the Director of the Office of Administration.
So you're testifying that you would not initiate any action on your own without, in fact, reporting up through some chain of command. This is not in any way an independent office, and you essentially are someone who makes recommendations to somebody else about investigations.
In essence, yes.
You have to get the sign-off of someone to do an investigation.
Not initially. No, not initially. I mean, we can start an investigation. We start security violations if security violations come in. The report to the office.
Without reporting that that's what you're doing?
Well, I would report it once we started the investigation.
And you could be stopped from doing that?
That's never been the case in the past.
Well, but you say you haven't apparently done such, at least in respect to this controversy. Let me ask you a question about what we do know. We do know that Mr. Rove spoke to 2 reporters, and we know who they were, Robert Novak and Matthew Cooper. We do know that he denied he had spoken with any employers, with any reporters. Indeed, he claimed he wasn't involved at all. Now, I'm going to ask that a video clip be rolled from a press conference, White House press conference involving the spokesman, Scott McClellan, addressing the press corps.
Are you in that video?
Yeah, I'm going to go back here. Let's keep on running.
This week you told us that neither Carl Rove nor Lewis Libby disclosed any classified information with regard to the leak. I wonder if you could tell us more specifically whether any of them told any reporter that Valerie Plame worked for the CIA.
Look, those individuals, I spoke with those individuals, as I pointed out, those individuals assured me they were not involved in this. And that's where it stands. They assured me that they were not involved in this. Yeah, go ahead. The leaking of classified information. I spoke with those individuals.
Mr. Nadel, can you explain why Mr. Rove still has a security clearance today, or does he?
Yes, he does. And
given the admissions that apparently are clear, why does he have that security clearance today?
It's my understanding that the criminal investigation didn't find any criminal wrongdoing.
I'm very disturbed by what went back and forth on criminal and administrative responsibilities here, because you seem to testify that even if a matter that could risk the security of the United States or of a covert agent is involved, that the administrative process ought to stand back until a process with a much higher level or standard of proof is required has finished its course. Wouldn't that risk security, not to even begin an investigation to see whether there's anything that can be begun to protect whatever might be the security breach, quite apart from whether there's been a criminal violation?
I think as a result of the criminal investigation, it clearly didn't show that I have seen in the press. I have not seen the criminal investigative reports that there was no criminal wrongdoing.
Mr. Nadella, you know, my question is, does the security of the United States depend upon the outcome of a criminal proceeding, or is there not in your office a duty to proceed as far as you can to protect security using the administrative or civil process?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. And it's not that we're just not protecting the White House complex and the classified materials on the White House complex.
Sorry, I really can't hear.
We are protecting the classified
even without an investigation, so
Pardon
that you might even plug the leak while the U.S. Attorney is trying to find out, using his processes, who done it. Mr. Nadella, I'm suggesting that at your level you could plug leaks even while the criminal process is underway and under investigation. And I want you to look at the very same set of employees. If I could have up the White House
Ms. Norton, your time has expired. Members have said they want a second round. We do have another panel waiting to testify. I don't want to deny members opportunities to ask questions. What I would like my colleagues to do is I will recognize members for a second round. Could we limit it to 3-minute second rounds? Does anybody find a problem with that? So then we'll do that. Members will now be recognized for further questioning. And Mr. Cummings, I want to start with you if you have further questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, we up here, Mr. Nadella, we have an obligation to try to make sure that we uphold the laws of this country and try to make sure those laws are enforced. And protecting the identity of a covert agent is very important to us, and I hope you understand that. And protecting classified information, we're trying to help you do your job. During Ms. Wilson's testimony, the ranking member, Mr. Davis, kept making a point that a key issue in whether Mr. Rove and other White House officials knew Ms. Wilson was a covert agent. I do agree that this is relevant. If the White House knowingly disclosed a covert agent, that would obviously be a very serious matter. But my understanding is that the regulations do not prohibit only intentional disclosures. They also prohibit negligent disclosures. Mr. Leonard, is my understanding accurate that the executive order governing the handling of classified information prohibits knowing, willful, or negligent disclosures of classified information? Is that right?
Yes, sir. That's absolutely right. I mean, regardless of the intent, the damage is still the same. Again, the first objective would be to make sure we don't have recurrences, and if just people are ignorant, we would like to brief them and what have you. And then if there is intent or culpability, that could be taken up by means of sanctions.
By the way, Mr. Nadella, has there been any briefing, as referred to by Mr. Leonard, with regard to Mr. Rove or anybody else in the White House since this happened, since this disclosure took place?
A briefing in regards to?
He just said that one of the things that you want to do is brief people about the rules and regulations
we do.
so that it doesn't happen again. Did you brief anybody?
Congressman, yes, we do. We supply all new, and we supply an indoctrination security briefing for people when they first come on board, and then their first anniversary date every year thereafter. We have annual refresher briefings for.
Did you use this as an example, by the way? I mean, this was one of the, this is like out there. I mean, it's here.
No, sir.
You didn't say, look, this is what happened, and we don't want this to happen again? You never did that?
No, sir.
I can tell you, Mr. Congressman, that in November, December of '05, and maybe even a little bit of '06, there were a series of special briefings for all cleared personnel in the Executive Office of the President, mandatory briefings for senior management on down, and these types of issues were in fact covered during the course of those briefings, and this was publicly the public was made aware of these when it occurred.
So even if Karl Rove or any other White House official did not know that Ms. Wilson's employment status was classified, the disclosure of such information to an individual not authorized to receive it could have been a violation of the executive order, and that is an executive order of the President of the United States. Is that right?
That's correct.
So basically, the President set up some rules, and then he said, I'm going to make sure that if anybody violated these rules, they're going to have major problems, and they're going to have to go. And then the next thing you know, there is apparently a violation, but there's been no action. Is that right?
Other than the criminal proceedings. No action from my office.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. I'm sorry we don't have clips of the President making the statements about how he was going to do an investigation and heads would roll, but I guess we'll have to leave the Daily Show to dig that up for their presentation. Ms. Watson, I'm going to call on you next if you have additional questions.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nodell, this oversight hearing is called the White House Procedures for Safeguarding Classified Information.
Yes, ma'am.
In the first round, I asked you what your position was. You clearly said that you have not held any investigation, and your role is the Director of Office of Security. Have you, or do you feel that you have carried out your duties?
Yeah, could I ask the gentlelady not to ask a harsh question, Mr. Nadell? He's here, and I think he's been asked some tough questions, but let's try to keep them a little bit less personal.
No, I just want to know. I want to have some clarity as to what the responsibility of your position, your office is. There's a gap for me that you have this position, but there's been no investigation.
Congresswoman, it's like I said at the onset, and I say it with all due respect, the reason we did not initiate an investigation is because there was a criminal proceeding that was already underway. There was already an investigation underway.
But the criminal procedure is over.
I have not been notified that it is officially over.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. I'm going to recognize myself because I want to point out that there seems to be interesting other examples where we've had disclosures of leaks. It's not the only time questions have arisen about how the Bush administration White House handles classified information. For example, journalist and author Bob Woodward wrote in the introduction of his 2002 book, Bush at War, that the book was based in part on, quote, contemporaneous notes taken during more than 50 National Security Council and other meetings where the most important decisions were discussed and made, end quote, and the, quote, written record, both classified and unclassified, end quote. Mr. Woodward also stated, war planning and war making involves secret information. I have used a good deal of it, trying to provide new specific details without harming sensitive operations or relationships with foreign governments. This is not a sanitized version, and the censors, if we had them in the United States, thank God we don't, would no doubt draw the line at a different, more restrictive place than I have, end quote.
Mr. Nodell, Mr. Woodward's statements indicate he had remarkable access to classified information of the most sensitive nature. Were Mr. Woodward's circumstances unique, or were White House disclosures of classified information to him and to journalists in the case of Mrs. Wilson part of a broader pattern of White House disclosures or of classified information to selected journalists and authors? I mean, we see now this is not unique to get classified information to people. It's noteworthy that the administration has taken, well, let me ask you to respond to that. It looks like Mr. Woodward had information that was classified. He seems to admit it.
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. Well, so when the administration, however, is concerned that there are questions about the disclosure of sensitive information by administration critics, there seems to be different results. For example, in January 2004, within one day of former Secretary of Treasury Paul O'Neill's television interview in which he voiced criticism of the Bush administration, the administration publicly announced it was investigating whether Secretary O'Neill had improperly disclosed confidential information. Okay. They didn't like what he had to say, but they're going to immediately investigate him. And on June 20th, 2002, an irate Vice President Cheney reportedly told congressional leaders that the President had deep concerns about media accounts from just one day earlier when it got out that the National Security Agency had, on September 10th, 2001, communication intercepts with cryptic references to possible attacks the next day. The report cited congressional sources and congressional leaders, immediately requested a Justice Department investigation of the matter. The administration seems to be inconsistent in their approach in these cases, and it's troubling. They raise serious questions about whether White House policies on sensitive information is driven by political considerations. If it's a critic, they're going to go investigate. They're going to really stop it. When it comes to people in-house, people they like, and people they trust, well, the investigation hasn't even started with regard to those people. I'm not asking a question, but just making this part of the record. Mr. Davis.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think it goes both ways in terms of selective oversight and selective investigations. This committee also ought to be looking at the NIE leaks on the Iraq War, the national intelligence estimates, which were leaked, that can do damage. The NSA collection and monitoring of certain phone information, which was leaked, classified, secret information. The East European CIA detention facilities, leaks. The intelligence activities toward Iran, leaks. We can all be selective on this, and we all understand the partisanship and everything else that goes on with this, which has been thoroughly vetted and investigated. We do, of course, have a responsibility to take a look at what the procedures are so that these things don't occur again. That's really the purpose of oversight. Not as much a look back for criticism as to look forward and make sure these things do not happen again. Mr. Leonard, let me ask, does the President or the Vice President have authority to declassify on the spot?
As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Davis, the President's authority in this area is absolute, pursuant to the Constitution.
So they can do it on the spot. Can they declassify for limited purposes?
Absolute is absolute, sir.
And once again, the leak to Novak, which is, I think, what started this whole thing, is there any evidence that anyone in the White House had any knowledge that Valerie Plame was a covert operative? Does anybody have any evidence of that?
I have no first-hand information one way or the other.
Ms. Plame didn't have it. Do you have, Mr. Nodal?
No, I do not.
And in terms of the obligation to disclose once it became apparent that she was a covert operative, a criminal investigation was initiated almost immediately by the CIA with a referral to the Justice Department. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's my understanding, yes.
That's my understanding as well. Within the month. It might have been within a day. It might have been, I don't know what that time period was. I hope the committee can find out. Once that criminal investigation is underway with the referral that sends it to justice. Now, Mr. Fitzpatrick didn't come in until the Attorney General recused himself sometimes later, but an investigation was already underway. What does that do to the obligations to disclose at that point? Does that put employees in a position of having to decide if they're going to exercise Fifth Amendment rights and the like? And is the purpose of the executive order at that point really become pointless if you have an investigation on this? You haven't thought that through?
Yes.
I have, sir, and I would submit that the executive order is not pointless at that point in time. Again, this is an instance where you have competing national interests. I had over 30 years in the Department of Defense, and there were many times where senior leadership in the Department of Defense did battle with the Department of Justice, the FBI, where there were instances where the national security issues at risk far outweighed whatever criminal investigative priorities the Bureau or the Justice Department had. These are things that have to be worked out on a case-by-case basis. This is one instance where there is no absolutes.
Okay, so we're in some gray areas at this point.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Leonard, let me just note that after this information was first disclosed in the Novak column on or about July 26, 2003, White House press spokesman McClellan stated, "Let me make it very clear that's not the way this White House operates." 2 months later, and still before they'd even called for an investigation by the Justice Department, on September 29, 2003, Mr. McClellan addressed the White House press corps and over 30 times stated that they had no information regarding the involvement of any White House officials. I think we understand today why there was no information. No investigation was done. You talked about competing national priorities. Clearly, in this 2-month period, there weren't competing priorities, were there? In other words, before the criminal investigation was authorized, there were no competing priorities in that sense.
To my knowledge, that's correct, sir, yes.
And yet, based on your understanding of the regulations and the statute and the information that was out in the press, which clearly raised suspicions of the unauthorized disclosure of information, wouldn't that have triggered an investigation in your view?
Again, in circumstances like that, even if it was just an inadvertent, out of ignorance type of disclosure, you would want to find out why it happened so you could preclude it from happening again, even if it's by ignorance.
Right. I mean, not just that you would want to, but
you're obligated.
You have an obligation, do you not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with respect to the pendency of the criminal proceedings, as I understand your testimony, there's nothing in the statute or the regulations that prohibits you from doing this other investigation under the regulations and revoking a security clearance. Isn't that correct?
I mean concomitantly while there's an investigation going? You're absolutely right, sir.
I mean, you're absolutely free to do that. And nothing prohibits you from undertaking an investigation under an administrative action.
The directive is very clear that when there is evidence of potential criminality, that there would be the requirement to coordinate with legal counsel and the requirement to coordinate with the Department of Justice, with the expectation then again that those issues would be worked out.
Worked out in coordination between.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nadel, if I could just ask you, do you know of any, and this doesn't mean you are personally privy to the conversations, but have you heard of communications within the White House that bear on the question of whether or not an investigation of security breaches should have been conducted?
No, I have not.
You don't know of any, whether it's direct communications or hearsay since you've been there? Have you had any conversations with anybody in the White House about the disclosures that have been the subject of this?
No, I have not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Hodes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nadel, do employees sign nondisclosure agreements agreeing not to disclose classified information in connection with your briefings of them?
Yes, they do. At the time they're issued a clearance, they sign a nondisclosure agreement.
And am I correct that those nondisclosure agreements and security clearances are reviewed every 5 years?
That's correct.
Now, I understand that Mr. Rove came into service in the White House in 2001. Is that correct?
I believe so.
So in 2006, you would have conducted a review of Mr. Rove's security clearance?
We would have initiated a reinvestigation. That's correct with the FBI. FBI conducts our background investigations.
And are you aware of whether or not that, in fact, has happened in connection with Mr. Rove?
I don't have firsthand knowledge now, but very easily could go back and check.
So there would be documents which someone in the federal government has about whether or not Mr. Rove, for example, ought to still have a security clearance.
Correct.
And do you agree with me that under the regulations, whether a person is truthful and complete in their answers to questions, and whether or not they are a person disposed towards candor is an important factor in determining whether someone continues to have access to classified information?
It's considered in the adjudication process, yes.
And if someone lied about what they did, that would be important, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
And you've now heard and seen on this video Mr. McClellan saying that Mr. Rove told him that he had nothing to do with security leaks, but we know that Mr. Rove did leak classified information. Does that indicate to you that such a lack of candor should lead to a re-examination of Mr. Rove's security clearance?
I clearly don't know the content of their conversation.
Is it something that anything you've heard today or read in the press or read anywhere else raises a question in your mind as the senior security officer in the White House about whether or not you ought to go and ask some questions about it?
Yes, we could do that.
Will you do it?
I'll discuss that with senior management.
Will you get back to us and let us know what senior management and you discuss and what you conclude, sir?
Yes, I will.
Does Mr. Libby still have his security clearance as of this date?
No, he does not.
When was that removed?
The day he resigned, I believe it was.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back the balance of my time.
Could I have back the White House chart? I asked Mr. Nadell to look at. Don't count my time while we're getting going. Look at the middle row, and I'd like your view, Mr. Nadell, given the executive order which you're charged to enforce, 12958, whether you think any of those officials or any official in the White House beside the President would meet the standards of the executive order, which, as you know, are you need the information or if you're conducting a investigation, if there's if you need to if there's an official need to know if you need to verify information concerning security. Would any of those officials have had a need to know the name of a covert agent?
I really wouldn't know.
Why would you? You're the man charged with enforcing the executive order 12958.
Yes.
And your answer is what?
I don't know if they would have a need to know. I don't have enough information.
Because that depends on what they say? Isn't that a matter of regulation and law? I'm saying based on their position.
Well, people do, I didn't mean to interrupt you. People do have to have a need to know for someone with classified information to pass classified information. They also have to make sure that there was a non-disclosure agreement.
So need to know the name of a covert agent. You can think of a circumstance where an official, one of those officials, would need to know the name of a covert agent, and I've just given you the basis.
Yes, ma'am. I don't know what the White House does day to day in their operations and who they're staying in contact with.
So in day-to-day operations, that could change, and so almost anybody could find out the name of a covert agent, given changes in day-to-day operations in the White House?
No, ma'am. What I'm saying is I don't know if any of those folks would have a need to know.
Let me just say frankly to you, Mr. Nadell, I don't think you need to be, I think that, I congratulate you on your willingness to be here. I know you wouldn't have been here if the White House hadn't said you must or could. I have been far more interested in remedy because national security is involved here.
Yes, ma'am.
Normally, the notion of a White House investigating itself is perfectly understandable where there's not the national security matters involved here. But if I may say so, I really do think, given what you testified concerning your office, that you are truly the fall guy here. I say that because you've testified that you felt a virtual injunction on administrative agents without coordinating with your superiors, all of whom obviously at a higher level support to the President of the United States. You clearly don't think you can do an independent investigation. Do you think that this investigation should lie with someone more independent than you, so that you're not subjected to these kinds of...
Time has expired, but if the gentleman wants to respond to that question.
I'm good.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you gave me the option of not responding.
You don't wish to respond to the question?
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I want to thank the two of you very much for being here. You've been very helpful, Mr. Nodell. I know it's been you came here on short notice, and it's not been an easy time for you. However, I guess you sense the frustration of the members of this committee when we hear of a breach of national security, and we were told the President was going to do an investigation, and the White House has virtually done nothing, not even to take away the security clearances pending any other investigation by anyone else. But those are my comments, and I want to thank both of you for being here. We have a third panel waiting to come on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. For panel number 3, the Chair would like to call forward Mr. Mark Zaid, an attorney with extensive experience representing government employees accused of mishandling classified information, and Ms. Victoria Tensing, an attorney in private practice and a former Senate staffer. I want to welcome you both to our hearing today. Your prepared statements will be in the record in their entirety. I would like to ask you for your oral presentation to limit it to 5 minutes. It is the practice of this committee to ask all witnesses to take an oath, so if you would please stand and raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Record will Witnesses answered in the affirmative. Mr. Zaid, why don't we start with you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's my pleasure to testify again before this body. For nearly 15 years, I've been among a handful of attorneys nationwide who regularly handle civil litigation and administrative matters involving national security claims. This includes all aspects of security clearance, suspensions, denials, revocations, statutory and First Amendment challenge to classification decisions, leak investigations, and general employment disputes that may arise within the intel, military, and law enforcement communities. In the exercise of my legal responsibilities, I often have authorized access to classified information. We've heard of the operative documents that pertain to this topic, Executive Order 12958, which was amended by 13292, and also Executive Order 12968. Agencies throughout the Federal Government have adopted implementing regulations attuned to their specific situations, but those are the operative documents that we really rely on. Section 4.1 of EO 13292 deals with who actually grants or is accorded access to classified information. There has to be a favorable determination of eligibility. There has to be an executed approved nondisclosure agreement, and there has to be a need-to-know determination. Each of these components is factually based. Indeed, whether a need to know exists is a question that is asked and answered by tens of thousands of Federal employees and contractors thousands of times every day as part of their routine responsibilities. However, the underlying premise of that first prong, the determination of eligibility, deals with a judgment determination, one of common sense, that is often referred to as the whole person concept. Unfortunately, the system is anything but uniform. The process by which a clearance or access is granted varies significantly based on the level of clearance. Interim clearances can be very easily granted with little effort by an agency. Most agencies, as we heard, will go through a periodic or background investigation that usually extends 7 to 15 years for the individual, and periodic reinvestigations will occur between 5 and 10 years depending on the backlog of the agency involved and the level of clearance. To be blunt, we can discuss all day what the regulations state, with what minimal due process might be required or expected in scenarios touching upon today's hearing topic, and what outcome a reasonable person would apply in any specific case. And that would be an academically and legally fascinating discussion, at least for me. But the fact is, the recitation of real-world, anecdotal experiences by those who operate in this field will educate you with very different results. It's best to characterize any substantive discussion of security clearances and agencies' procedures surrounding such determinations as arbitrary and fraught with inconsistencies. Though theoretically every agency derives its authorities from these operative documents, implementation varies across the board. With some agencies, the process works very well. With others, it is particularly broken. Overall, the system works, but with numerous flaws, many of which can be repaired through legislative oversight or correction. Though, to be sure, it is likely that any such attempt will engender cries of constitutional overreach by any White House. Let me use this opportunity to go through a few observations from cases I've handled over the years. Whether the unauthorized disclosure of classified information results in administrative, civil, or criminal sanctions against an individual is a very fact-based inquiry for which no general rule truly exists. The suspension of an individual's security clearance can arise from the receipt of unsubstantiated anonymous allegations, or can occur after a thorough internal investigation. At what stage suspension occurs is up to the specific agency. Moreover, the type of suspension is not deemed to be, this type of suspension is not deemed to be an adverse personnel action, and therefore does not afford the employee any substantive challenge rights, assuming the employee is even notified of the substantive allegations that exist. Again, a very fact-based inquiry, no general rule truly exists. Some agencies will utilize a security suspension to suspend the employee's employment altogether, pending conclusion of an investigation which could take years. This may be paid administrative leave. This may be unpaid administrative leave. And if that clearance is reinstated at some point in the future, there is no compensation given to that individual whatsoever. Again, a very fact-based inquiry for which no general rule truly exists. Punishment for an unauthorized disclosure can range from no action to something as mere administrative as a reprimand, oral or written in the file. Could be more serious, such as the revocation of a clearance, or, depending on the factual circumstances, criminal prosecution. Again, a very fact-based inquiry. Significant inconsistencies exist governing agency determinations of access to classified info. Significant inconsistencies exist governing an individual's ability to challenge a revocation or suspension or denial. Significant inconsistencies exist as to how agency security investigations are initiated or handled. Most agencies experience serious and harmful time delays with respect to security investigations that seriously impact an employee or contractor's life and, in fact, creates additional security concerns that did not previously exist. An appeal of a clearance revocation is usually, or denial, will take often 6 to 12 months, and if it's the CIA, we may be talking 2 to 3 years. Investigations into the leaks of classified information rarely result in either discipline or prosecution for a variety of reasons, including the failure of federal agencies to cooperate with one another. And the training for authorized holders of classified info with respect to this need to know differs from the positions the executive branch will espouse in adverse litigation for judicial proceedings. In my testimony, I set forth a few recommendations that the committee can look into implementing. I'll leave that in the record. And I'll just conclude by saying that this is an area that cries out for vigorous legislative oversight. especially given recent efforts by the executive branch to expand criminal penalties governing disclosure of classified information or unauthorized disclosure to beyond those under any affirmative obligation to protect such info. I encourage this committee to remain steadfast in its vision to ensure accountability, efficiency, and fairness whilst combating anticipated opposition from the executive branch, no matter which party may be in power. I am more than happy to provide elaboration to any of those points or anything of this hearing topic during the Q&A or in a written submission later. Thank you.
Tun Singh. Madam Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to testify about safeguarding classified information. Since you also invited Valerie Plame here, I had to assume you also wanted to consider the protection of covert agents as specified under the 1982 Intelligence Identities Protection Act, the act that was the basis for the special counsel's investigation. My first assignment as Chief Counsel for the Senate Intelligence Committee for Chairman Barry Goldwater was to get that law passed. He put me in charge of negotiating with the parties, particularly with the press, who vigorously opposed the legislation because they claimed it would curtail their ability to criticize the Intelligence Committee. It would have a chilling effect, the press argued. And in my prepared statement, I thoroughly discussed the structure of the Act, but I want to now discuss how, because it's important to the press arguments, how we divided the types of persons who could be prosecuted into two classes: journalists and government employees having authorized access to classified information. We drafted such a high standard for a journalist that it's almost impossible for a working journalist like Bob Novak to, in his column, to have violated the law. But we also did not want government employees to be chilled in reporting wrongdoing or prosecuted for accidentally saying someone's name without having the specific knowledge and intent to out a covert person. That caution and respect for the mighty power of the criminal law leads me to the main point of my testimony. It was Chairman Goldwater's grave concern in creating the legislation, a great libertarian he, that if Congress was going to criminalize naming what in those days we referred to as undercover personnel, then the CIA better fulfill its responsibility by protecting the cover of those employees. Chairman Goldwater was most displeased at that time, and he characterized the CIA's cavalier treatment of protecting its undercover, and that's how we referred to it before the law, of protecting their cover. And you see that concern when you study the law, and you see it in one of the 7 findings. But more importantly, we created a rare approach in the criminal statute. Usually, in the criminal law, it's only the conduct of the defendant that's at issue. But in this law, Congress required the CIA to take affirmative measures to conceal the government's relationship to that covert agent. No one can be prosecuted under that law unless this requirement is fulfilled by being proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The statute also requires the CIA to report annually, starting in February of 1983, to the House and Senate Intel committees on these, whatever their affirmative measures were, whatever they created to protect the identities of covert agents. I think you might all want to check to see whether they've ever fulfilled that mandate by the law, that legislative mandate. But it comes to mind in the course of this 3-year investigation and listening to even the testimony today. Could the CIA produce immediately, meaning do they already have it prepared and they don't hurry and get it prepared at your request, a list of all foreign assigned personnel that it has designated covert under the Act? Does the CIA make any list available like that to people like their spokesperson who has to get on the telephone with people like Bob Novak and confirm or deny that somebody works at the CIA? I have several other questions in my prepared statement, but I want to go on to my last point. And by turning to this particular case, where numerous persons were subpoenaed, repeatedly some of them, before a grand jury, threatened with prosecution, in a matter that in my legal experience had no criminal basis. If Valerie Plame were really covert under the law, I'm not saying whatever they say in the halls of the CIA, if she were really covert under the law, then why didn't Robert Grenier, the CIA briefer, who talked to Scooter Libby and the Vice President about Wilson's wife working at the CIA, why didn't he tell them that her identity was covert? Why didn't Richard Armitage, who said, he was the original leaker, of course, to Bob Novak, but he said, having seen Plame's name in a department memo, he had never seen a covered agent's name in 28 years of government practice. So it was a surprise to him. He didn't know how Plame's identity was, that it wasn't to be revealed. Neither did Mark Grossman, the undersecretary. If the CIA was really being careful and had guidelines for all of these covert agents, why did they allow Valerie Plame to contribute $1,000 to Al Gore's campaign and list her CIA cover business, Brewster Jennings and Associates, as her employer? Why did the CIA not ask Joe Wilson to sign a confidentiality agreement about his mission to Nigeria? I can tell you I have to do it. I don't know, Mark, if you do it when you take a case, but I can't talk to somebody for 1 hour regarding representation unless I sign a confidentiality agreement. And then they permit him to write an op-ed piece in the New York Times about the trip and act certain to bring press attention when his wife's name is in Who's Who. I mean, this tradecraft is just appalling to me, who has spent a good deal of my life in government service having to deal with classified material and with the CIA in an oversight capacity. The CIA never sent its top personnel to Bob Novak, like the director, and asked him, please, please, don't publish this name. What they said to him was, well, we'd rather you not do it, but she's not going to have another foreign assignment, so. And it was very cavalier. They certainly knew, the CIA, how to go and send the top people when they didn't want, in December of 2005, when they didn't want the New York Times to publish the NSA surveillance program. Why didn't CIA spokesman Bill Harlow, who according to Wilson's autobiography, and you spoke with Valerie Plame about it, and he had been alerted that Bob Novak was sniffing around, why did he confirm for Bob Novak that Valerie Plame worked at the CIA? Why did Bill Harlow tell Vice Presidential staffer Kathy Martin that Wilson's wife worked at the agency, but not warn her, oh, you shouldn't be giving up this identity? Why did the CIA give Plame a job at its headquarters in Langley when it's mandated by the statute, quote, to conceal a covert agent's intelligence relationship to the United States, unquote? And if this was really a violation of the Covert Agent Identities Bill, why did the CIA send to the Justice Department a boilerplate 11 questions criminal referral for a classified information violation when its lawyers had to know, I pray that they knew, that merely being a classified person or the situation being classified did not fulfill the elements required by the Agent Identities Protection Act?
Thank you very much, Ms. Tensing. I want to recognize Mr. Davis to start off the questions.
Thank you. We didn't start with going into the covert. I'll take Ms. Plame at her word in terms of what
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Okay. I just said we didn't go extensively into what was covert or not. There was no one. I asked if anyone had told her she was versus what she thought. But the question was, there appear to be no crimes committed. I want to ask each of you, can you name a leak case that you've dealt with that has undergone more scrutiny or investigation than this one? Mr. Zaid?
Not as much. Certainly nothing much as public as this.
But even privately, with grand jury and
there are numerous grand juries, even ones that are going on now and dealing with leak investigations, and clearly they haven't received the amount of publicity that this case has.
Or, I mean, you have a special prosecutor on this, and you can look at the hours of testimony. This has undergone as much scrutiny as any case you're aware of.
Sure.
I used to tell Chairman Goldwater, because he'd say, I want those leakers, in much more crustier language than that, I want those leakers prosecuted. And I'd say, it's the rule of 38. If 38 people knew about it, you're probably not going to get a prosecution. And so usually there is not a prosecution in a leak case.
I mean, the thing that strikes me through all this is if the CIA fails to take the affirmative steps to protect their own agents, how can you expect the recipients of information to know that the information is protected and take appropriate precautions, Mr. Azzi?
Well,
I'll ask you both.
I don't know how. I mean, the whole reason that we put into the law, because we didn't want employees to be chilled from reporting wrongdoing, that the person had to have knowledge that the CIA was taking these affirmative measures to protect the identity and the relationship of that person. So if nobody's telling anybody, it's like, who knew? How would you know that something was not to be repeated?
I mean, we're pointing, the majority is pointing the finger at the White House, but the leak didn't come from the White House. And secondly, there's no evidence presented here today, at least, that anybody in the White House knew that she was a covert agent.
Not one person told anybody in the White House. We have no evidence of one person.
Let me ask Mr. Zeid, and then I want to...
Excuse me, you're saying that conclusively. Do you know the facts, or you just say there's no evidence?
I know what facts are out there. If somebody wants to point to another fact, I'll be glad to listen. But I know.
So what you've heard, you can reach that conclusion, but you don't know all the information.
Testimony at trial.
Okay.
So,
I think we have to make a distinction between criminality and what type of administrative sanctions could possibly have been imposed. I don't know. I have no personal information with respect to this case other than what everybody else does in reviewing it with great interest, especially since it's in my subject matter knowledge. And Ms. Tunzing is absolutely correct with many of her questions with respect to the Intelligence Identities Act, which has a very exacting standard. Ms. Plame, as she indicated, was covert. That's a distinction between possibly under the Intelligence Identities Act, and that classified information was leaked. And then the question then is of a criminal magnitude versus something less than that. And those could be any number of penalties.
But if you don't know she's undercover, it's hard to put a penalty on someone.
That would be something like the previous witness, where his office would have to investigate to see how the leak came about.
There is no question this should never be leaked. We should never out any undercover operative. I don't think anyone here can condone that in any way, shape, or form. The difficulty I'm having, though, is we're focused today just on the White House. The CIA, I think, bears some responsibility. Mrs. Plame's own testimony today talked about they knew this story was coming, and she did the appropriate thing in reporting to her superiors that this story was coming, a story that could end her career. And what did her bosses do? They obviously didn't persuade Mr. Novak, but the question is, did they send their A-team up there to talk to Mr. Novak? Did they let him know that an agent could be outed? That is the question. Ms. Thompson, what's contemplated under the statute in a case like that?
Oh, the statute has very high standards, and it's almost impossible, as I said, for a journalist to be indicted under it. Just a regular working journalist, not someone who has a specific intent and a pattern and a practice.
But no journalist in their right mind would do this on purpose.
But an employee has to be aware that the agency is taking affirmative measures to protect or conceal this person's relationship to the United States. If nobody even told the people who were being briefed, I mean, the State Department didn't know, Dick Armitage didn't know, he's gossiping
but the question is,
Novak.
The question is, once it gets to the press level, say someone inadvertently leaked this to the press, what should the CIA do? And notwithstanding the act, from a policy perspective, what should the CIA do or be able to do to protect their operatives, and what do you think they did in this case?
Well, they didn't do anything in this case. To anybody looking at it from, as I view it, as I see all the facts, I have no reason whatsoever to believe that Ms. Plame was covert under the statute. I mean, they can call I've represented a covert officer. It's not an agent, actually. The statute uses that term, but Ms. Plame was a covert officer. I've represented a covert officer from the CIA. And let me tell you, in the course of my representation, the New York Times was going to print her name on its front page. And the New York Times reporter, a wonderful reporter, Tim Weiner, called me and said the CIA just called him and told him that they were going to go after him criminally if they printed her name. No such threat was ever given to Bob Novak. And good for Tim Weiner, he went ahead and printed it anyway.
Well, let me just ask this. So the statute at this point gives press almost an immunity on those kind of issues should they, once they learn about it. Is that your reading of the law?
Yes.
What should the CIA have done in this case if they wanted to protect an operative?
The CIA should have brought in, if this was a very big deal to the CIA, they should have brought in the DCI, at least the deputy, and come in with Bob Novak and had a talk and say, you cannot print this name. This would just be terrible. This is national security, just like they did with the NSA.
Thank you, Ms. Susie. Let me just ask you, from a policy perspective, notwithstanding where the law is today that sets a very high standard for the press, what should we do in future cases? What should the CIA do to, if you're going to have an operative outed or a top-secret memorandum that could damage national security? How should that be handled from a policy perspective?
Now, I wouldn't in any way divert blame from the CIA in this matter. There are many steps they could have taken, and Ms. Tungsten has identified them, and it wouldn't have been the first time where very senior officials of the CIA would go to members of the press. I often represent covert officers, I mean, routinely, and I know the precautions that they try and impose on me, which I follow to protect them, because if their identities are released, it does put their lives in jeopardy, and even more importantly, because they're usually back here in the United States, it puts everyone they've ever had in contact with their lives in jeopardy, as well as operations. I don't know why the CIA didn't do more. That's a good question. The CIA should be here to explain that. Again, I'd make a distinction between that we not only look at the criminality of this, but we also look at the administrative disciplines that should have been meted out. I had a client who was disciplined because he was acting as a courier with classified information, and he left the bag locked up in his locked car while he went into McDonald's to get a burger with the car in sight. That was deemed a violation. It took me a year to get his clearance back. So the agencies will take it seriously when they wish to.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. I have questions, but I don't know whether I want to go into all the time to ask questions. But I am stunned, Ms. Tensing, that you would come here with absolute conclusions that she was not a covert agent, the White House did not leak it, no one seemed to know in advance that she was a CIA agent. Do you know those facts from your own firsthand knowledge?
Well, let's just take those one by one. As I said, I was there. I was the chief drafter for Chairman Goldwater.
I'm not asking for your credentials. I'm asking for how you reached those conclusions. Do you have evidence?
That's part of my credentials, is because I know what the intent of the act was.
No, I'm not asking what the intent of the act was.
Well, that's
you know that she was not a covert agent.
She's not a covert agent under the act.
Okay.
You can call anybody anything you want to in the halls of the CIA, but she was not a covert agent.
General Hayden, the head of the CIA, told me personally that she was, that if I said that she was a covert agent, it wouldn't be an incorrect statement.
Does he want to swear that she was a covert agent under the act?
I'm trying to say this as carefully as I can. He reviewed my statement, and my statement was that she was a covert agent.
Well, he didn't say it was under the act.
Well, okay, so you're trying to define it exactly under the act.
That's important.
No. I'm not giving you, I'm not yielding my time to you.
All right.
So that's your interpretation. She's not do you know that the White House, no one in the White House leaked this information?
Well, I don't even know how to deal with the word leak here. I know that people in the White House.
Well, Karl Rove admitted he leaked it. Do you think he's not telling us the truth?
Well, the words are important, and I'm not sure what leak is.
Oh, so you want to completely define the word so there's so narrow a meaning that your statements can be credible but not honest. I'm not asking about the statute. I'm not asking about the statute.
Well, but
evidently, if there were a criminal violation, the Special Inspector General investigating this matter might have brought criminal action. Put that aside.
Well,
Karl Rove said he leaked the information. Do you think that he did not?
Let me just give you an example, and that's
no,
why
I want to know yes or no.
Could she have an opportunity?
No, she may not have an. I'm asking a direct question. It could be answered yes or no.
Well, they can't, but I'll answer no then, and explain it.
Do you have firsthand information that none of the people at the White House had knowledge that she was a covert agent?
There's been no testimony. I can only go by that. If you have information otherwise, I'll be glad to listen.
You stated it so affirmatively and conclusively that I thought maybe you had access to information that we didn't have.
You didn't.
I have information to the testimony, and so because I know what the testimony is, that everybody, and I'm sure that the special counsel would have brought in anybody who had anything to do with it in the trial.
Maybe would have, maybe wouldn't
not
have.
one person was
You would have
told.
thought the White House would have
Not one was
investigated the
told.
matter, and they didn't. Mr. Zaid, have you, in your experience with these kinds of cases, do agencies wait until a criminal investigation is complete before taking any action, or do they sometimes say, well, while this is pending, we're going to take away the security clearance?
They do not wait, Mr. Chairman. There is no requirement that they wait. I could understand in some cases there could be a need for coordination, but very often in my experience, by the time you've got into a criminal matter, the employee or contractor's clearance has already been suspended.
And if an agency's goal is to prevent additional security violations and protect classified information, doesn't it make sense for the agency to do something right away rather than wait as long as 3 years? I mean, this is 3 years now that these same people in the White House have had classified information given to them, even though they've already admitted in most cases, that they've disclosed that information. I don't think they should. Does it seem right to you that they would wait till not only the investigation is complete, but all the prosecution has been handled?
I find it very disconcerting and inconsistent with what I have seen at other agencies. I have seen far less of a grave situation or clearance infraction that has been addressed far more quickly by an agency. Again, I don't know personally, besides what we all know, most part publicly from what transpired, but from an administrative standpoint, I'm very surprised that something has not been done. If it were one of my clients, I'm sure something would have been done.
Ms. Tensing, I don't know if you're familiar with all the administrative activities. You're knowledgeable about the law, whether it's a criminal violation. But in your experience, do you know whether agencies will sometimes suspend people's security clearances while there's an investigation going on?
Some do, some don't. It would depend on, as was said by the panel before, a case-by-case basis. Because, and here, if I were the lawyer for a person making the decision whether to do so, I would really want the decision maker to weigh whether it would appear to be obstruction of justice. If you start calling in witnesses and you start interviewing the witnesses and you're not part of the Justice
Department, that would go to an investigation, but you could simply say there's an investigation going on. In the meantime, I think it's prudent not to allow you to get more classified information. That's done frequently, isn't it?
I didn't understand what your question was.
Rather than do a whole investigation that might put somebody in a situation where they've got 2 investigations going on, say, well, we'll let this other investigation take place, but in the meantime, we'll suspend your access to classified information.
That sometimes helps. That sometimes happens. It depends on what the violation is. It can happen. It cannot happen, as Mr. Zaid says.
It's not unheard of. Thank you. Mr. Cummings?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm just sitting here listening to this, and it's just something it's incredible to me. I think we're losing sight of what went on here. We had an American who simply wanted to serve her country, who put her life on the line. And I don't know what Goldwater was doing, you know, but one thing I do know is that we had a lady here who lost her job, lost the opportunity to carry out the things that she apparently wanted to do. It was her love, while risking her life. And out of all of this testimony, I hope we don't lose scope of that. There's a reason why we have these rules, these laws, and these executive orders. And those reasons basically go to trying to protect people, Americans, who want to go out there and protect us and try to make sure that they are not harmed. And were you here, Ms. Tensing, when Ms. Valerie Plame testified?
Yes, I was.
One of the things that she said 2 things that I showed that will be embedded in the DNA of every cell of my body until I die. She said, I expected other countries to try to reveal my identity, but never did I expect my own government to do it. And then she said something else that was very interesting. She said that as a result of the disclosure, whole networks of agents have been placed in jeopardy. And the reason why I say that is because it seems like, to me, all of us as Americans would want to make sure that we did every single thing in our power to protect those people who are going out there trying to protect us. And going back to you know, we have a situation here too where, you know, it wasn't just the law, it was the order 12958, the President's order. And unlike the criminal statute, which requires an intentional disclosure of classified information, the administrative rules prohibit not just intentional disclosures, but reckless and negligent ones as well. Isn't that right? Is that correct?
Well, you're reading from it. I assume that you read it appropriately. Can I just say a word in reaction to that? I have no problem. I have no problem with Ms. Plame. I respect the service that she contributed to this country. My complaint is twofold. One, against the CIA for not taking the proper precautions as they had promised to do so when this act was passed in the 1980s. And secondly, with the application, because I'm a criminal defense lawyer, but I was also a prosecutor, and I don't like to see the law abused. I don't like the application of a criminal law to a situation that does not have the elements of it. I think that's an abuse of prosecutorial power.
Well, I would take it, and I was a criminal lawyer too, and you know, and I'm sure that consistent with what you just said, you believe that testimony should be accurate. Did you not? I mean, that seems consistent with what you just said, that you would want anybody's testimony to be accurate. Wouldn't that be correct?
That's correct.
And I think you said here a little earlier that she had not been out of the country for 5 years. Didn't you say that?
No, the statute doesn't say that. It says foreign assignment, and that's
no. What did you say?
I've said foreign assignment. I didn't testify about that here yet.
I thought I read it in something that you said to the press at some point. You didn't say that?
Well, I've always used the term under the statute.
It says here, Washington Post, February 18th, just prior to the start of deliberations of the jury in the Scooter Libby trial, and you said this as follows. Now, it may be wrong. Washington Post can check it out, but it says, quote, Plame was not covert, and you've said that today. Going on with the quote, this is your quote. She worked at the CIA headquarters and had not been stationed abroad within 5 years of the date of Novak's column.
Right. That's the same concept as serving outside the United States. That was the whole concept that we had when we passed the law. And first draft of the law, and I have it in my statement, was we only applied it to persons who were outside of the United States. We never applied it to anybody inside the United States. And then people wanted rotation people covered. The CIA said, oh, you got to cover rotation people. So we said, how long is that? And they said 2 to 3 years. We said, okay, we'll change it. Or within 3 years of coming back to the United States. And then somebody said, oh, but people retire. And so we said, well, okay, CIA, how long do you need to protect those sources that the person had while serving abroad? And they told us 5 years. And so that's why we have the 5-year requirement. But it was always intended, because of the assassinations abroad, to protect our personnel serving abroad. It was
I
never
see my
meant
time
to
is up.
protect
Thank you very much.
inside the United States.
Thank you. I just want to be very clear for the record. I said earlier, General Hayden and the CIA have cleared the following comments. During her employment at the CIA, Ms. Wilson was undercover. Her employment status with the CIA was classified information prohibited from disclosure under the Executive Order 12958. And at the time of the publication of Robert Novak's column, on July 14, 2003, Ms. Wilson's CIA employment status was covert. This was classified information. So I just want to repeat it. I don't know if I misstated it or not, but let's no one misunderstand it, and I will just use those words so we'll clarify for the record. Ms. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to kind of pursue this line of questioning, Ms. Johnson, as well. It is reported again by the Washington Post on February 18, 2007, that you said, and this is your quote, I'm going to read it, it was just read, Plame was not covert. She worked at CIA headquarters and had not been stationed abroad within 5 years of the date of Novak's column. You said you were here and you heard Ms. Wilson's testimony. I took notes on her testimony and I quoted her. And she said she was a covert agent. And that was her statement. Now, it seems to me that your remarks are contrary to that statement. So do you still maintain that on February 18, 2007, Ms. Wilson was not a covert CIA agent?
Not under the law. She didn't say she was under the law.
Wait
In
a
fact,
minute.
she said several times that she was not a lawyer. I know what the law requires.
Reclaiming my time, you said, this is your statement from that date, Plame was not covert. And my question directly is, do you still maintain that on that date she was not a covert CIA officer?
I was trying to answer, yes, I still maintain that.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
I still maintain it, yes.
That she was not a covert?
Under the law.
Okay.
Completely.
Ms. Plame was sworn.
And I'm sworn. I'm giving you my legal interpretation under the law as I know the law, and I helped draft the law. The person is supposed to reside outside of the United States. And let me make one other point.
No, reclaiming my time because this is being time. The members do have to leave. Did you receive any information directly from the CIA or Ms. Wilson that supports your assertion that Ms. Wilson was not a covert officer?
Oh, I didn't talk to Ms. Wilson or the CIA.
Okay. And do you have any information about the nature of Ms. Wilson's employment status that Director Hayden and Ms. Wilson don't have?
I have no idea. I don't know what he has that I don't have, you know, vice versa. I can just tell you what's required under the law. They can call anybody anything they want to do in the halls, but under this statute, a criminal statute which is interpreted very strictly, all of these elements have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's been my concern.
Okay. Your testimony is focusing on the criminal prohibition in the Intelligence Identities Protection Act. But I don't see any mention whatsoever of the administrative restrictions contained in Executive Order 12958, which is what the invitation letter asks you to address. As you note in your written statement, and we have copies of it, there are numerous elements that must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt in order to establish a crime under the IIPA. In contrast, the administrative rules simply prohibit the disclosure of classified information to anyone not authorized to receive it. Unlike the criminal statute, which requires an intentional disclosure of classified information, the administrative rules prohibit not just intentional disclosures, but reckless and negligent ones as well. Is that right?
Of course.
Okay. Therefore, an improper disclosure of classified information violates the executive order even though it does not violate the criminal statute. Is that right?
I'm just trying to find, I was invited here to talk about safeguarding
reclaiming my
classified
time.
information.
Reclaiming my time. Is that right, yes or no?
Would you repeat it, please?
I will. Therefore, and improper disclosure of classified information violates the executive order, even though it does not violate the criminal statute? Yes or no?
Take no issue with that. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Your time has expired. Mr. Van Hollen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank both our witnesses here today. Ms. Tunsing, let me just ask you, getting back to the overall context in which this all happened, wouldn't you agree that the reason the White House officials disclosed this information, leaked it quietly to the press, was in an effort to discredit somehow Ambassador Wilson as a result of the article he wrote in the New York Times?
I have no idea why they gave out that information. I do know that there was this allusion by Joe Wilson that he was sent on the trip by the Vice President's office. So it made sense to me, if you're sitting in the Vice President's office, to say, we didn't send him, we don't know what's this all about. And in the inquiry, as I understand it, and you may have different facts, the response was his wife sent him. And guess who did that? The INR statement at the State Department.
Well, let me ask you, do you know why Mr. Rove, after disclosing some of this information to Mr. Cooper at Time Magazine, would have concluded by saying, I've already said too much?
I have no idea.
It seems to me that that kind of statement, of course we can't all read Mr. Rove's mind, but an ordinary interpretation of that may be to conclude that he already provided him information that he knew that he shouldn't be providing. Let me just go back to the other statements made by the White House. We saw the clip here of their spokesman, Scott McClellan, stating that the White House had not been involved in the disclosure of Valerie Plame as somebody who worked at the CIA. Now, you agree she worked at the CIA, right?
Yeah, I didn't hear that statement, but that's okay. If you're going to say he said those words, I thought he said in giving out classified information, but I don't know. My
understanding is what they were essentially saying was that they were not involved in the disclosures that had been made, and clearly the testimonies they were involved in the disclosures that have been made. Let me get back to the, as I said, the purpose of the hearing. And part of this purpose of the hearing was to look at how the White House safeguards security information. That's the reason we had the second panel. And did you know before the testimony today that the White House itself had not undertaken any kind of investigation internally from the security office?
I didn't know that, but I would have concurred with that with a massive criminal investigation going on. If I was the lawyer to the President, I would say, don't you dare do a thing until this criminal investigation and prosecution's over.
It was more than 2 months after this initially broke that Scott McClellan, in another statement, said, we have no information in the White House about any of these disclosures. Before you made that kind of statement, wouldn't you undertake some kind of investigation?
Well, I'm not here to answer for Scott McClellan. I don't know what was in his mind.
There's one issue has to do with once the criminal investigation was started, but a long period of time went by when no administrative action was taken. And as I understand your response to the question by Ms. Watson, you would agree that that kind of sort of investigation goes on routinely when there's been a disclosure of classified information, does it not?
It can and it cannot. I mean, I certainly wouldn't have done it in the brouhaha that occurred within a week of the Bob Novak's publication. By the way, Bob Novak was not the first person to say she was covert. That was David Korn, who printed that she was covert. All Bob Novak did was call her an operative.
Well, this was more than a week. It was a period of 2 months when there was lots of questions and everyone was trying to find out what was going on. The CIA had said that this was an unauthorized disclosure. The President of the United States said, and I quote, this is a very serious matter, and our administration takes it seriously. Do you agree that this was a serious matter?
Well, I think an outing, as somebody's career being affected, is of course a serious matter. The issue is whether it was done, the outing was done intentionally under the criminal law. That's what I've written about always.
I understand, and I understand your point under the criminal law. The other question, though, is why people didn't take action under the non-criminal law as part of safeguarding secrets at the White House. And I understand your focus is on the other issue, but I got to say, it's stunning that the White House would tell us they had no information about this 2 months after the first disclosures, and we hear today that they never conducted any investigation. I mean,
but see, I would agree with you that it was a bad situation that happened, but I say shame on the CIA. The briefer did not tell anybody at the White House that.
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know the briefer?
He testified to that at the Scooter Libby trial.
The briefer? Which briefer?
Grenier, Robert Grenier.
And he was the briefer from the CIA?
From the CIA, yes.
He was told. Yes, go ahead.
He said, I talked about Valerie Plame. I talked about the wife with Scooter Libby and the vice president, but I didn't tell him that this was on cross-examination. He admitted that he had not said that her status was either classified or covert.
If I could just, Mr. Chairman,
yes.
do you think White House officials have any obligation at all, put aside the technical legal obligation, as stewards of our national security, when they find out that someone works for the Central Intelligence Agency, do you think they have any obligation to the citizens of this country to find out, before telling the press about it, whether that disclosure would compromise sensitive information? Do you think, as citizens of this country, wouldn't you want that to be the standard?
I think a press secretary should always tell what's accurate. So
I'm sorry?
A press secretary should always tell what's accurate. I have no problem with that.
Right, but before somebody goes around saying this person works for the CIA in a cavalier manner and obviously intentional manner to try and spread this information, you said for good, don't you think they have an obligation to the citizens of this country to make some we're talking about the Iraq War, decisions for going to war, whether or not Saddam Hussein was trying to get nuclear weapons material. Before they disclose the identity of somebody who works in the nuclear nonproliferation area of the CIA, don't you think they have some obligation and to demonstrate the good judgment to find out if that would disclose sensitive information? That's my question.
Well, it could be, but I don't particularly think that a red flag would go off, because those of us who work in government all the time know people who work at the CIA and talk with people who are at the CIA.
But
so you wouldn't necessarily say.
But we don't all of us go around trying to use that information with reporters for the purpose of discrediting somebody.
Let me just tell you my experience. Do you want me to tell you my experience?
Sure.
Because as Mark has represented people who are covert, and I've asked them since all this occurred, well, would you ever have a desk job at being covert at Langley? And they laugh at me. I don't know. I've never been covert. I've represented people, and this is what they tell me. So,
gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
I want to thank both of you, Mr. Zaid. I had other questions for you. Let me just ask you one quick one. If you had clients like Fleischer and Martin and Libby and Cheney and Rove, let's say they were worried because they had disclosed information that they shouldn't have disclosed, wouldn't you tell them that they were treated a lot better than most people who have disclosed classified information?
They're treated a lot better than many of my clients, some of whom have testified before you, like Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Schaefer, who did lose his security clearance and his job at the Defense Intelligence Agency for incurring $67 in cellular phone bills and a couple other petty issues like stealing pens from the U.S. Embassy when he was 14 years old 30 years ago. So yes, I would say there's quite a number of people who have fared a great deal better than many of my clients. But if they want to hire me, I represent Republicans and Democrats, so I don't have any problem.
As you should.
Me
as
too.
you should.
Me too.
As you should. Their double standard doesn't make any difference. But you're both counsel and everyone's entitled to representation. I want to thank you both for being here. Ms. Tenzing, I just only can say that we are pleased to accommodate the request of the minority to have you as a witness, and some of the statements you've made, without any doubt and with great authority, I understand may not be accurate, so we're going to check the information and we're going to hold the record open to put in other things that might contradict some of what you had to say. And the only thing I'll say is that when we heard from Mrs. Wilson and we've heard from Fitzgerald, and I talked personally to General Hayden, they have a different view as to what is a protected agent than you do.
and your knowledge is based on writing the law 30 years ago. But we appreciate your being here.
Don't date me that far. It was 25.
Well, we'll check that fact out also, but if I'm incorrect, my apologies. The committee stands adjourned.
You can pre-order your C-SPAN 2007 Congressional Directory at our website, cspan.org.